Okay, now I just need to make sure that it's... Ah? YouTube can't bark, though. Well, they can always come to Twitch for that. Okay, YouTube looks like it's live. Woo! Hello, YouTube! Ah, first YouTube stream. This is exciting. It's kind of unfortunate all the fun stuff is, like, exclusively on Twitch, but, you know, that's just sort of how it is. YouTube's not made for streaming. Okay, so let's see. Should we get started with this? So, what should be the first step? I think the first step should be, as usual, the mod info and the mod main. And just a little, since this, like, kind of doubles as, like, a tutorial, there's really only one thing you need for a functional mod, and that is a folder that is gonna be, like, the contents of the mod in your mods folder. And then inside that folder, a file called mod main with the Lua extension. That's it. That's all you need for a mod. You can also make a mod info.lua file, which will give, like, information like the name, the author, the compatibility of it, if it's a client or server mod, and all the config information. Like, all of that is handled by the mod info, but if the mod info doesn't exist, the game does, like, assume a lot of that stuff. Like, it'll automatically make the name of the mod the same as the folder name, and it will make the, no, I think that's about it. It'll default to a bunch of stuff, like, it defaults to a server mod, I think. So, it's interesting that you can make a mod with just so simple of stuff. It's cute music. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait. I was like, wait, hold on, the music's not being displayed. And I realized it's just it's in the top left, not the top right, you dummy. Anyway. Okay, so first up would be to make the mod info and the mod main. Okay, now I just need to get a reference for this, because it's always, like, impossible to do it from scratch. Let's see, what mod should I use as a base? You know, that's a dumb question. Just use the original mod as a base, or as a template. Or not... as a reference, that's the wording. Okay, so... this would be a good time for me to explain the process of finding, a mod to use as a reference, because if you ever want to make your own mod, one of the best things to do... Why is that in here? Why is that music in there? Anyway, so, like, one of the best things to do for, I see you're on YouTube now, Spade. Hi, I'm YouTube. John YouTube. If you want to find a mod to use as a reference, because mods don't really encrypt their information, the mod developer can do, like, a few things to make it a little harder to read, though, so, like, most mods don't, though, but, like, if you ever want to use a mod as a reference, there's two different locations that mods can be stored, based on if they're a Workshop version 1 mod, or a Workshop version 2 mod. The Workshop version 1 mods goes in the mods folder, which is at... your Steam Common folder, Don't Starve Together, mods. And that's also where you're gonna put any mods that you are, like, working on. Like, the mod that I'm, like, this, Nico Reawakened folder, I have that in the mods folder, there. The other place the mods can be stored is, Steam Apps, Workshop Content, and then 322330, which is Don't Starve Together's app ID. And then in there, you'll see a bunch of numbered folders. Same goes for the mods folder, except that'll have workshop dash, and then a bunch of numbers. Those numbers are important, so like if you go to any workshop mod on the Steam Workshop, you might notice in its URL a bunch of numbers. And those numbers are the workshop ID. The numbers you see in the mods folder and the other mods folder is the workshop ID. So if you take any mod, or if you look at any mods, like let's say Nico. So if you look at, like, let's say the Nico mod, its ID is 20133888568. So then if I go into my files, which you can't see because I'm not showing my files to you guys. Gosh, yeah. Anyway, so if I were to look up 20133888568 in there, I find a folder that contains all of its mod data. So then if I open up the mod info, which this will show up on stream, there we go. There's the mod info of that mod. It's very handy to know that if you're ever working on mods. Well, this is dumb stuff. Okay, but you can see here, there's a name, there's a description, there's an author, there's a version. There's forum thread, which, if this exists, this will make it so clicking on the, in-game... Hold on. In-game, this more info button, that will... Oh, it's hidden by my avatar, but the more info button behind me, that will take you to... If the forum thread exists and is a link to the forums, that more info button will take you to the forums. Otherwise, it just takes you to its workshop page. Seems decently similar to Stardew mod basics. Interesting. Okay, let's see. What else is there? API version? I've never seen that change. It's always been 10 every time I've made a mod, so... Wow. Don't Starve compatible. That's for if your mod, like, if you upload your mod to both workshops and it's the same both ways. I don't really know about the specifics. I don't know if it really matters, because, like, you know, you could always just make two different versions of the mod. I don't really see why it would... Anyway. Don't Starve, Reign of Giants compatible. If it's a Don't Starve mod, this is what will, like, prompt, like, hey, this mod isn't compatible with this DLC. Same goes for Hamlet and Shipwrecked, I'm pretty sure, if you have those in here. Anything that doesn't exist in the mod info is just, like, defaulted to something. All clients require mod. There's also, not in here, but, like, client mod equals true would say this is a client mod. If it's not that, then it's a server mod. But if it's a server mod and you have all clients require mod, then it's both a server and a client mod, which is needed for anything like a character mod or anything like that, because a pure server mod only runs on the server. But a server and client mod will run on the server, but also be required to be downloaded to the user's game through the workshop, which is done automatically if you join a multiplayer server. So any mod that requires, like, assets or to change something on how the client handles things, that's where the all clients require mod is needed. So any character mod is going to need that. Then Icon Atlas and Icon, those are self-explanatory. That's the icon that shows up in the mods list. And you're going to see, for, like, any texture in DST, the same format of a text file and an XML file. The XML file is the atlas, which just means, like, can you also, like, set a requirement of having another mod? Yes, you can. I forget how to do it, but I think it would be something like, dependencies equals, and then a list similar to, like, how server filter tags works, you know? It's something like that. I haven't touched that in, like, ages. I've used that for, like, one mod, and that's it. But yeah, you're gonna see XML and text for like any texture used in the game. And what this is, the XML is basically just gonna be a text file saying, we have a file under this name at this position, a file of this name at this position, and the positions are just coordinates in the actual text file. So that means that a text file can contain multiple different images, and the atlas, the XML, is what tells the game how that image is split up into different assets. Server filter tags. These are automatically added to the server tags when you start a server with the mod. So it's just another way that people can find your mod. Like if I were to search up like Nico into the search bar on the mod browser, it will pull up any servers with this tag. In other words, any servers running this mod or a mod that has the same tag, it'll pull up. Then this is just a local variable. It doesn't really do anything on its own, and it's just made to make this easier. Config options, self-explanatory. It's the config options. There's a few different parts of a config option. There's the name of it, that's the internal name. Label is what it shows up as for the user. Hover is what shows up under the is what shows up like under the like it shows up at the top. It's what like it's a little description of the thing. Then options, self-explanatory, that's the options. Each one has a description, which is what it shows up as. Data, which is what the value is set to. Like one bulb recipe will be set to 1 if this option is selected. And then the hover of this shows up under the hover of the thing itself when the thing is selected. And then default, self-explanatory. There's also one that's optional, that is client equals true. And client equals true means that the option will only show up in the main menu mods menu, not the server creation mods menu. And the advantage of this is that it can be set individually for each person. For example, if I go to mods, okay, so if I go to mods and I look at server mods, epic health bar, and I look at what this mod settings are, it has a section for client mods, or not client mods, client settings. You're enjoying this? That's good. I'm enjoying it too. I love explaining this stuff. So this section of client stuff, also you can see here at the top, there's the hover of the thing, and then there's the hover of the option in the yellow text. But if I go to, let's say, post game, create new, and I go to mods, and I find Epic Health Bar and look at its settings here, all those client settings suddenly gone. And the thing about those client settings is that each user can set them independently, and they will affect them independently as well. So any mod here that, like, for example, never mind, this mod doesn't do that, but like, many mods that have like keybinds might have the keybinds as client settings. And the advantage of this is that each individual person, if they have the mod subscribed, and they go to the client settings of the client config of the mod, and set that keybind, whenever they play with that mod, they're gonna have that keybind instead of the default. So that's actually really useful to know. And that's about everything about the mod info, yeah. Menu assets, I have no clue what that's about. I think that might be a old school mods and menu thing. Anyway, so now that the distraction is over, I will copy all of this and put it here. Should I keep... I'll just leave credits to the original in the workshop description, because this is going to be pretty much entirely made by me aside from the assets. Form thread, not needed. You know what, just remove that. Version 3.0. I'm labeling it, so here's my pattern for version. 3 numbers. The first number is like the main version. If I'm ever making a mod, before I release it, it's 0. After I release it, it's 1. If I ever remake it, it's 2. If I ever remake that, it's 3. So the original mod I made, I had it as version 2 because there's a remake of someone else's mod. But now that I'm... Hi, Spike! Thank you for thank you for celebrating it with me. I hope your stream goes well too. You've been told to keep it 3 digits. Sometimes the last one can be omitted. The second digit is like if you ever make like a decently sized update, you increase that middle number. The last number is for hot fixes. Like if you ever like upload a new version of the mod, realize that there's like a crash that happens when you do something, and you just quickly fix that crash and upload the new version, you would increase that last number. So that's usually my system for the version number, and I've followed that with pretty much every mod I've ever made. And I think that should be like everything I need to explain about the mod info. Okay, you know what? I should also copy over the text in the XML. I can just copy them into here, can't I? Yes, I can. Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna copy over a lot of the old assets. Let me real quick check on the YouTube stream, make sure that's working. Does look like it's working. Oh, yeah. It can feel bad, especially if it's a mod that a lot of people enjoy and regularly use, and then suddenly it's just non-functional. That can feel awful, but also is just kind of unavoidable. That's why I usually play with it for a full playthrough. Yeah, rigorous play testing. Rigorous playtesting can be a chore, though, sometimes. And even then, you might miss, like, a little thing here or there. Okay, let's see. What else should I copy over? Probably all the, like, images and such. Like, maybe literally all of the images. You're running out of creative things for NPC to say. I can relate. For any of the mods I've had to, like, make, like, the, like, a character that says things different from, like, normal characters. The reason I specify that is because of the Player 2 mod, that it just sort of copies whatever character you're mimicking. But anyway, like, it can be a pain to, like, it can be hard to stay in character for so long. They have so many lines, it's sad. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just copy over everything from the anim folder. There we go. There's a lot of assets in this mod, because there's multiple skins for the character, which, you know, makes sense. And I think that instead of copying over the mod main, you know, I'll copy over the portraits, the images, and sounds. All of that stuff I'll copy over. Not much interest in remaking those. Oh gosh, yeah. All of the portraits were my own art. Oh my gosh, look at my old art. Actually still holds up, surprisingly. Oh, I miss some of... Sorry, I'm getting distracted just looking at my old art. These portraits were good. Especially the triumphant skin for Nico. Oh, so good. You watch the tutorial and bam, I think you did great. That's amazing to hear. Yeah, it's always so satisfying when things just, like, start to click, you know? And I think that the moment that happened for me with modding in Lua was when I realized the difference between running a function with a period and running a function with a colon, which I'll get into later. It's not like a piece of art, but it looks like it belongs in the game. Yeah. That's amazing to hear. That is like what you strive for, you know? Okay, all the images should be fine. Oops, why did I try opening in there? I need to open it through the actual things, because I need to use a different app for that. What even were the skin icons? Was it literally just... Okay. Right, anyway, that should... all the images should be fine. Okay, so next I should... I'm not gonna copy over the mod main, because the mod main is one of the things that I would most want to, like, completely reformat. So, I'm gonna instead, for the mod main, use as a reference it... exactly, but now for the bloody update to be finished. You have to write about 15 more dialogue lines. These can't even be tied to a specific date or event. 15 doesn't sound too bad, though, at least. Oh yeah, by the way, since I already have the, wait, no, I don't have the mod main. Yeah, I was gonna pull it up in the mods menu, but I realized, oh yeah, I don't have the mod main. Anyway, as I was saying, for the, instead of using the mod main of the original mod as a reference, I'm gonna use, extended sample, or wait, what was it? And I do have it, right? Oh, it was extended sample character template. It's, kind of like a mod that has, like, the bare minimum and all the necessary stuff for a character mod. And then you just, like, if you take that, replace all the character assets and such with your own, boom, you got a character mod. Then you just have to add the special features. So it's always, like, the go-to starting point, you know? If you're ever making a mod character, you could just copy-paste a few things. That would get repetitive. Yeah. You can yell at Balance for help. How is Balance doing, by the way? Okay, so I don't think that I actually don't think I have extended sample character template. Guess I need to re-download that. That shouldn't be too big of a deal. It might just take a moment. I didn't even specify don't starve together. It probably still would have worked, though. Because it's just kind of a very exact thing. Anyway. But yeah, if you just search it up, you can find a forum link, or you can find a link to the forums. And then on the forums, there's a download button. You download that, you have your basic character mod. Replace all the assets, you're good to go. Let's see, version for... Oh, the version for DST 1.2.6, yes, download. Bing bada boom, we have a zip file that contains a folder, which, yep, that's the thing, okay. Put that in here for safekeeping. And then I just need to wait for it to extract. Shouldn't take too long. It's a Monday, right? It's probably passed out. I see you'd be seeing Bounces now playing Stardew. Okay, now I have the extended sample character template. So now if I open up the, let's say, like if I open up the mod info, this looks pretty much identical, even down to the comments, and that's because the original mod probably used this as a template. Also made by Dragonwolf Leo. But yeah, you can see like all the basic stuff here, and you can see the forum thread link there. But the mod info is not what we're looking for right now. What we're looking for right now is the mod main, because there's a lot of stuff you have to set up in the mod main for a character to work. And that stuff is this global variable called prefab files, which is just a list of files in the prefabs folder that you want the game to load when it's loading prefabs. Somewhat self-explanatory. I'll get into the details once that becomes more relevant. I don't even have a mod main. Alright. And just having the mod main here is enough for the game to realize this is a mod, and it'll show up in the mods menu now. In fact, I can show that right now. Yep, right there. And it even has the mod icon is fully functional. That is exactly as expected. Okay, so mod is working. Yay. But it needs the actual functionality, and that's where the mod main comes into play. Because the mod main, as you might be able to guess if you've done like any kind of coding, mod main is where the mod starts. This is like the thing that loads when the game is saying, hey, we should load this mod. And this will, a thing about how code runs on DST, and most games for that matter, the server and the client, two separate instances of the game. So the mod main is going to run for both of them independently. More details on that once it becomes relevant. But for now, we're just going to copy over the relevant stuff like this, replace the name with your character, and _none is kind of just like, every character kind of uses that as like their information for skins. That's my understanding anyway. I'm not sure if that's like outdated or anything. I don't think it's outdated. Okay, then all of these assets here. More will be needed since there are more assets to load, but for now I'll just leave this as is. Let's see. And then replace that with this. Preserve case. Not like it matters currently, and replace all. There. So that's all of the basic assets done. Add minimap atlas. Not sure why this needs to be a separate thing, but it does, which is fine. Okay, then here, I usually put these in their own file, but for now I'll have them in the mod main. So the right here is something you're gonna see a lot. like strings equals global dot strings. This is basically just adding a shortcut, because the mod main is kind of in its own like modding environment. I'm not really sure what the best way to explain what a modding environment is, but basically the environment is what space it's running in, as in like what variables it has access to. And the mod main is kind of unique in that it runs in a special environment that has stuff like the global variable add minimap atlas. You're not going to find that outside of the mod environment. Each mod is running in its own like independent environment, which is why a mod can set the global variable of prefab files and not overwrite another mod's thing. Because as far as the like wider game is concerned, these are two separate locations. They're not going to overwrite each other. Same with assets. Setting a global variable, but that global variable is independent for each mod, or that like environment is separate for each mod, so yeah. But any other file, like the prefab files, those are going to be in the basic game environment, not in the mod environment. Which also means stuff like add minimap atlas, you're not going to be able to use that anywhere else. Not like you would really need to anyway. But what this means is, what is interesting is global, in all caps, this is a variable that contains the main game environment. Like this, the global just is the main game environment as like a variable, and the variable global is just like a link to that. So if you ever need to access anything that's part of the main game environment, like let's say there's a function that that's in the environment that you want to use in the mod main, global dot, and then that thing. And then it's just like as if you were in the main environment and ran, and called the global variable of that same name. So in this case, we're just making a shortcut under the variable strings that links to the global strings, like literally just the main environment's strings. So then when we set strings character titles, Nico, when we set that value, we're changing the value of the main environment's strings dot character titles dot Nico. And then what would Nico's title be? Oh yeah, God the Messiah. I'll pull up the mod main of the original mod just so I can get these details. Actually, I think I put these in their like own file. Kickling. Okay, so oh yeah, right here. Okay. Scripts. Strings, yes, okay. I might copy over all the strings as well, because there's not really much reason not to. Oh yeah, I forgot I put mod compatibility in its own files. I forget what that's used. Oh, currently on you. Never mind. Anyway, I'm getting distracted again. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, I was gonna see if if these things are in here. It is not. Okay, so I guess I had all the strings in that file except for those ones, which were still in the mod main. That makes sense. But yeah, you can see there's a lot of extra stuff in here. Some of the stuff we will need, some of it is outdated. Part of why I'm completely redoing it is just so I don't accidentally copy over the, like, extra stuff. Also, mod import. A mod import is kind of interesting. But it also, like, really simple. You might notice this is a file path. Literally, mod import is just saying, hey, before continuing on with this file, go to this file, load everything in there as if it were part of the mod main. So it's just a way to, like, section out the mod main, make it, like, a little more organized. Where's this thing that... Oh, wait, what? It's not... Now I'm confused. Where are the... Huh, where does it... Menu strings, right. Okay, I had some of the strings I had in their own file, because I made this with mod and menu support, where I had, like, a lot of the, I put all the, like, common stuff in here, but, like, yeah, you can see character title, Messiah, character name, description, quotes about me, and bind. I can copy all that over. Or I could just copy over the parts that matter, and worry about the rest later. How about that? Kind of not feeling this music. Alright, character names. Then character description. Oh yeah, survivability was a thing after this mod existed, so that it didn't actually have the survivability set. I forget, what were the possible... it wouldn't show in here. Where does it show survivability? Oh, it would only show that in the, actual character select, wouldn't it? Oh well. I'll just leave it as is and worry about that later. The speech strings... I'll just leave that as is. I will rename it, though. Nope, absolutely not. Get out of here. You know, I should consider maybe tweaking the, tweaking how restrictive Twitch is, because Twitch does usually say, hey, they're a possible ban evader. So Twitch usually is able to pick them out. So I'm wondering if I just tell Twitch to instantly ban them, if that would... I don't think that would have any negative effects yet. Because I've never really seen anyone else be labeled as a possible ban evader. Getting distracted by stupid dialogue. Didn't even notice. Well, luckily for you, it's not your job to to focus on that. Alright, skin names... I'll have to figure out, I'll have to relearn how, like, the modern skins API works. Ooh, right! I just realized something fun. The new, the new skins API has the ability to make skins unlockable. It's gonna be fun to make those to make that a thing. Because there's like 4 different skins for the character. There's a Survivor skin, a Triumphant skin, the Guest of Honor skin, and then the default. The Triumphant could be a pretty simple unlock, just make it so when you defeat Fuel Weaver. The Guest of Honor could make it into the whole Bath War. Get the legendary Freddy skin. Oh my gosh, I'm tempted to like make that a really hidden Easter egg. But yeah, the Triumphant skin will be an obvious, like, post-Fuel Weaver unlock. The Guest of Honor could maybe be if you have, like, both a top hat and the Dapper Vest. That would be funny. And then the Survivor could just be playtime, I guess. Or maybe you unlock it from dying for the first time. I could always make new skins too, if I felt like it. Actually, that probably wouldn't be too difficult. Live through all seasons? Maybe, yeah, that could work. Okay, so this should be everything about the mod main complete. Then what else is needed from the character template? I think I just need a copy over the scripts. By the way, this is what the speech file looks like for this game. And if you ever need to see that again, just remember what I just did in slow motion. Yeah, so there's like 3,000, roughly, asterisk, not quite, different lines that you would have to configure for making a new character. Which actually isn't as bad as I remember. I wonder if this is outdated or something. Wait, actually, yeah, wait, I wonder. There's no mention of the Mimic, so I'm guessing that this is your line 4,415 of your mod. So I think this is outdated. Okay. Yeah. So they're even mentioning that this is potentially outdated. Let me real quick just look at... This music feels loud. Is this loud? This is definitely loud. Let's skip it. This one also looks loud. You know what? Let's just pick different music. Let's go to Synthwave. Synthwave is always fun. Okay, so... What was I looking for? I was looking for... I was gonna look for Wilson's speech file just so I can see what it currently... Or actually, I think that my local copy of... You know what, I'll just go to the original then. Or like the actual files instead of my local copy of the files, because I don't think I've updated it since the last release. So my information is slightly outdated. Only slightly, and it doesn't really matter if used as reference material. Okay, for reference, if you ever want to find where Don't Starve Together's data is stored, because Don't Starve Together just has all of its, like, non-engine game data available for you to see, which is neat because that's like all of the code. The engine does like just the basic stuff of how to render things. But like everything else is just open source, which I love. It's so useful for mod developers. And if you ever want to see that information, you go to Steam Apps Common, Don't Starve Together, Data, Data Bundles, scripts.zip. In there, there's a folder called scripts, and in there, all of the game data, including speech_wilson.lua, which has, this is the up-to-date file. Yeah, I would say this is a little more updated. Yeah, there's 5,640 or 74 lines of code here. A lot of those are just spaces and whatnot for organization, but ooh, crazy. Look at all this. Anyway, stop getting distracted. Focus, focus, focus. So yeah, that's the Wilson speech file. It's quite big. In fact, I might as well just, like, copy all of this right now. Also, if you ever want to make, like, if you ever want to edit character dialogue, someone made a useful tool for comparing, different, things for it. Anyway, copied over Wilson's speech file, which, by the way, the game, if the speech file isn't found, it'll default to Wilson's. So, having this speech file just contain all of Wilson's, just being a copy of Wilson's speech file, effectively does nothing. That'll be useful once I, like, edit it, you know? Okay, so let's rename it to what it should be. Ooh, you know what's something that I should copy over that doesn't actually have a use? There are a few, like, different kinds of assets that are, like, compiled when you make them. Mainly, any animations that you make need to be compiled first, and you don't have to include the files that went into making it in the mod, and there's not too good of a way of decompiling it, so that is one way that you can, like, encrypt your mod if you don't want people copying. Animation. My biggest fear. Or if it did. Relatable. So, like, animations need to be compiled. Technically images, but those are easy to decompile losslessly, unlike animations. Sounds are another thing that losslessly is, or that is compiled that is lossless, or lossful. My gosh, these terms. Is lossful to decompile. Or I guess compiling is the lossful process. Whatever. I'm sure you get what I mean. You can compile them with no... like, you need to compile them for the game to use them, but if you were to decompile it from those things, you need a special tool for it, and even then what you get isn't, like, the full thing, you know? And that applies for animations and sounds. Technically images, but those are easy to decompile for, like, the full thing back. But one thing that many mod creators will do, depending on the mod creator, is exactly this. This exported.zip. If exported.zip were a folder instead of a zip file, then the game's autocompiler, which comes with Don't Starve mod tools, which you can find in your library if you have Don't Starve or Don't Starve Together downloaded, Don't Starve mod tools will automatically run the autocompiler before you run your game, and the autocompiler will look through the exported folder and turn any like valid things in there into animations. Just animations. I was trying to think of the others. No, those you compile separately. And the images folder, any PNG files found there will automatically be turned into text and XML files. So that's useful to know. You don't have to compile those yourself, though sometimes it is beneficial, because compiling from PNGs, it doesn't have that information of, like, there's no way to have it know that something is, like, a collection of multiple images, so you have to do it individually. Usually not a problem, but can be nice for organization to do it otherwise. So let's see what else. I think that's really all the information I wanted to spiel out there. But yeah, I just wanted to copy over the exported folder, or the exported file, which I have zipped up just so it takes up less space, but also, like, so it doesn't trigger the autocompiler, because every time I launch the game, it's going to run the autocompiler, it's going to look through the exported folder and be like, hey, there's animations here, let's make sure they're up to date. Which just takes a slightly longer amount of time to start up the game. Not a huge deal, but I like removing it anyway, just so it doesn't have to... just so it doesn't have to deal with making sure everything's up to date, because of course everything's up to date. I made the dang mod, and I made sure it was up to date before uploading it. Hopefully. Less space? I know what that means. My i18N has 5,000 lines. You know, interesting thing about mods, the actual code is, like, hardly anything. Like, most mods are small enough to be sent through Discord without Nitro. But then, like, let's say you add, like... I was working on this recently. I was working on a mod with someone, and so I was, like, sending the, like, every time I made, like, a working version of the mod, I would send them what I had so far. And when I added sounds to the mod character, the sounds alone were almost too big for Discord to handle. Every other part of the mod was like a fifth of that size. It's crazy. It seems like a lot, but once you learn how to read it, it feels so small. It can, yeah. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, I'm gonna double check that did actually copy over correctly, because I'm sure it did. Anyway, so I just have this here, just in case anyone or me looks through the mod and wants to, like, look at how it was made, or reverse engineer it, or modify something. You have more dialogue than code in this. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds standard. Any dialogue-focused thing is gonna have that problem, including DST, sometimes. Like, the speech file is probably bigger than everything else combined for a basic character mod, and even for a slightly larger than basic character mod. Okay, so, I have the speech file, I brought over the exported. What else did I need? That's everything in the mod main should be fine. So I think next is just to configure the prefab files. And after I do that, I think the mod will be functional. So that would mean it's time for the first test, which will be interesting. Alright, so with character mods, you're always you're always gonna have the character's name .lua and character name _none.lua in the prefab files. I'm pretty sure the _none is optional, but that will contain skin data for the character. The other one is like the actual functionality of the character. I hate going back and adding sprites for every single line, even though it's not that hard, just mildly annoying. Mildly annoying, my least favorite. I have to imagine what face I would make when saying something. Yeah, I can imagine that would make things a little different. Oh my gosh, I just had a really dumb idea. Oh, I just had a really dumb idea. Okay, so, like, I was thinking, what if I made it so... what if I ported over the text boxes from One Shot and had them show up with, like, the character dialogue anytime the character said anything, including a face for each line? Oh my gosh. No, definitely a dumb idea. That would be useless and be so much effort. I could maybe cut a corner by having it, like, having an algorithm to determine what face the character would make and using that instead of having to specify it for every line. Like, even if it was something as simple as exclamation mark at the end, make it the, like, wow face. Period, make it the normal face. Question mark, make it, like, a confused face. This sort of thing. You were gonna imply all my ideas were dumb, but... Not far off. But this wouldn't be, like, the fun kind of dumb. This would be the, like, dumb kind of dumb, you know? Anyway, back to this. So, here's what the sample character template suggests for a character file. So up here at the top, local make player character require prefabs / player common. This is, you're gonna find that in any character's data, including all the base cast if you look at them in the game files. So what this is, player common is the actual, like, that is like the base code of a character needed to make a character work. This is what handles like what, like, that says, like, hey, this entity should have health, sanity, hunger, so on, so on, so on. All the different, like, components that the player just natively has. As well as, like, the, like, oddball stuff, like the code for when, like, the item you have equipped runs out, for automatically equipping a new one if available. That's handled by the player common. Which is good, because it means I don't have to deal that myself. And everything else in this file is just what you want to append to that, like, template character, basically. And you can see right here, it's returning make player character. Normally you would return prefab, but what this file is doing, this file is returning prefab, so if you return... So you're telling it, hey, run the, like, function that is returned by this, whatever function is provided by this file, run that function with these parameters. That's what the, these parentheses mean, by the way. It means the previous thing is a function, run it with these parameters. And so it's running it with all these parameters, and what the function in player common does is it does all the, like, basic stuff, and then it returns prefab. So you don't, so if you return what this gives, you are also returning prefab, because, you know, it returns prefab. So then returning it also returns prefab, but you're running, but, like, you're also providing a bunch of stuff to it, so it's not just the template. You're providing the name. Let me just change that. You're returning prefabs and assets, which are just lists of, like, stuff. Like, assets is stuff like, hey, here's all of the assets we want to make sure are loaded if the character ever comes into existence. Like, if the character exists, make sure these assets are loaded and ready to go, just so it doesn't have to load them the moment they show up. Same with prefabs. You give it a list of prefabs, it'll make sure all the data of those prefabs are loaded before this entity is, or, well, not before, but, like, while this entity is loading in. You'll often see this for, like, if anything burns into ash or can be cooked into a cooked thing, you'll see in prefabs mentions of those things. Like, anything that is, like, mentioned by the file will be in those. But it's not, like, it is optional It's just an optimization thing. Common post-init and master post-init, these are where the actual functionality comes in. Why does it return prefabs a second time? I actually don't know why that's done. Oh well. Common post-init, you can see that these two functions exist here. So, what happens here, common post-init is ran on, short for post initialization, by the way. Basically means it'll initialize the entity, and then it'll run this code on that entity to give it its individuality. So it's not just, you know, a generic entity with all the default behavior of an entity, which is, like, basically nothing. But the common and the master, the difference between them is that common will run on both server and client. Master will only run on the master server. Well, it will only run on the server, more specifically. It actually doesn't only run on the master, it'll also run on any other servers as well. It's just, for anything that has to be, like, common is for anything that, like, if you're adding, like, tags to the thing that both the client and the server would like to know, you put that in here. Anything that is actual functionality, you're gonna want mainly on the master, or like, you're gonna want in the master. So, like, this stuff like setting the health, setting the hunger, setting the sanity. You don't have to tell the client that stuff, because the components themselves are actually already going to handle that. They're built to, like, automatically relay the information to the client, which is very convenient. But yeah, you can see that, like, this is really basic. The only things that a basic character has, it sets the stats like this by setting the tuning values. It is actually not optimal to be doing this in the prefab file. Actually, I don't think it makes a difference. It's actually probably not bad, come to think of it, because it's not gonna... I think it only runs the prefab file once when it's initializing, like, the game. And then the, common and the master are what run every time the entity is created. Starting items. This is self-explanatory. Everything in this list is what they will spawn with. I'll just, I'll leave it as is. And then, right here, this is just setting all... This is just, like, setting up... making this into a format that works. Unbecome human, unbecome ghost. Anything that, here's a quick rundown of how Lua works. If you say, like, local function, and then the name of the function, this is defining a function. It's not going to run this code, but later on, you can run the function. That will run the code that's inside the function. But until then, this does nothing. And it has to be defined higher up in the file than where it's used, because otherwise, at the point it runs into where it's used, it won't know that it exists. Another thing... Yeah, pretty decent understanding. Nice. Another thing, if this function were, like... If this were, like... This works. This is fully valid. The only problem is that, like, everything in here will work, but if you were to then do on become human here, it would, oops. It would fail, because, what a local variable, and this also, extends to functions as well, a local variable only exists, below it in the same context. In this case, it'll only exist within this function anywhere below where it's defined. And the reason I'm highlighting the function itself is you can... it is actually defined before the function itself, like, before the code of the function, meaning you can have a function run itself as, like, a sort of loop, but that is, like, a very bad way to do a loop. Because then the way that code works is that, every time you tell code to run a function, it keeps track of it. Basically, like, think of one pointer saying like, hey, run this line of code, run this line of code, run this line of code, so on. And when it's running this function, it'll basically say, hey, run this line of code, run this line of code, run this line of code. I missed that one. Run this line of code, run this line of code. And they'll say, oh, this is a function. Go over to where that function is, run this line of code, run this line of code. And then it'll say, okay, where were we? And it'll go back and then go do this line of code, so on. So if you tell it to run the function, like if you tell this function to run itself, it'll keep, every time it runs the function again, it'll keep track that of its position when it started running that function. And that's a lot of data that it's adding onto the traceback, as it's called. It'll basically keep adding that location to the traceback over and over and over again. So then when it ends the function, it can say, okay, go back to where we were. It'll end the function, okay, go back to where we were. It'll repeat that until it's like milled through all of those. So that's a very inefficient way to do a loop. I'm not feeling this music. But that's why you don't necessarily want to do that unless you're doing it like just a few times, you know? There are better ways to do loops than to have a function run itself. It's somewhat rare that you'd want a function to run itself. The exception is when you do specifically need something to run recursively in that exact way. Yeah, also, all of this, I don't need. Because all of this is just like, basically what the point of all this code being here is that the sample character is like, okay, well, what are one of the main things that people would want to customize about their character? Movement speed. So let's have the basics of movement speed here. It's also why you can see here, damage multiplier set to 1. Literally setting their damage multiplier to 100%, that does nothing. Same with hunger. They're multiplying Wilson's hunger drain rate by 1. That's just going to be Wilson's hunger rate. That's because they have this here intentionally for you to change this value. Like if you want it to be twice Wilson's hunger. You want them to lose hunger half as fast. If you want them to not lose hunger for whatever reason. But if you just omit this, nothing goes wrong. Nothing happens. It's fine. I will keep this, though. Character will do less damage. So let's see what else. Character sound. That's pretty self-explanatory. You give this the name, like the, yeah, just the name of a sound. It'll use that whenever it has to say, like, oh, let's get the hurt sound. It'll look under that name. Like, it'll input that into, like, the file path, for lack of a better term. Also the... okay, so, like... But basically what the speed is doing, because I just realized I kind of lost my train of thought with that. What it's doing is it's basically saying, hey, when they die, remove their speed modifier, or when they return to life, add that speed multiplier back. But this is fully optional. If I just remove this, if I don't want the character to have a different speed, I can just remove all this. It's fine. As long as I also remove this. Because this onload function is also just to make those... to make sure that those stay accurate when you reload the character. You're lucky you never have to meddle with sound. Ugh, yeah, it can be a pain. It can be a pain in this game, and I imagine it's a pain in other games too. So yeah, I don't need this because I'm not modifying the character's speed. And if I do modify the character's speed, I can do that on my own later. So, it's not a problem. And then here, inst.starting inventory. When the game is making the character, it will automatically look at this specific variable, and if it exists, use that as their starting inventory. So it's not going to do anything if this is omitted. Like, literally all you need for a character mod, I could remove everything except for the master post-it, and it would work just fine. And I could even remove half of the stuff in here, and it will just have the defaults. It's crazy how little you can use to make a mod. DSD has much more sound detail from what you know. Yeah, a lot of... Especially when you look into, like the fight music. Did you know that Wigfrid actually adds, like, a singing effect to the music? Like, it's not just playing this... It's not just, like... Wigfrid isn't just, like, singing. It, like, has an extra track in the battle music specifically for Wigfrid singing. And it just enables that if you're under one of Wigfrid's buffs. Which is actually a really cool detail. Yeah, there's some small details like that in a few of the music tracks, but I don't think it usually gets too complicated. Oh, the music for the pirates I remember hearing was kind of interesting. I think the accordion only, like, I think the accordion part of it, like, fades in differently or something. That's kind of a special effect. His self-promise, never touch any sound ever. It's not that bad if you're just using a basic sound. If you're just going for something basic, it's not a problem. Okay, so starting inventory I'll keep, because I'll later want that to do its thing. Don't really need these comments, I know how this stuff works. The stats, of course, I need. These I don't need anymore. Okay, yeah, I think that's really everything I need to worry about at the moment. So I just need to replace all instances of that with character name. You'll stick to everything. Thanks, lol. Yeah, I always have, like, this... I have a similar approach with, like... I guess sound as well, but, like, also... But more so, like, art. Like, for example, how I just copied over all of the art assets from the original. Even dialogue crap. Yeah. Same. Okay, so I think everything in here is set up. So I'll save that. And then here, just same thing. For now, I'll just keep it as is, I think. Yeah, I'll keep it as is, and I'll worry about the skins once I look into the skin API. So I think that everything is ready now. So I'm actually going to restart the game real quick. Just to make sure that all the assets are loaded properly. Because I do know that that's something that the game sometimes has trouble with. If you modify a mod mid-gameplay, it doesn't always reload the assets properly. Creativity boosts, pretty much, yeah. You forgot you gave me the nickname on Steam. Yeah. Okay, so... Should be able to... I should be able to just do this. Here's hoping it doesn't immediately crash. Always a possibility, though. That was a mouthful jump scare. Okay, I should just need that mod itself. Generate. I do have to go to the bathroom, but I'll sit here for just a little longer just to make sure that it doesn't immediately crash. Once it looks like it's properly loading, I'll... Okay, I'm gonna trust that it's gonna keep doing its thing. I'm gonna be right back. I've returned. Also, I really want to feel bad for having such long-winded explanations. But also, I think that that's kind of the fun of it. Okay, so right off the bat, this did not work, I can already tell. Character is not showing up in the list. Wonder why this didn't work. This is fine. The mod is working, actually, it's just not... Huh. Okay, so they're just not showing up on the character list. That is not something that I've ever really had an issue with before. But it's working. Oh, wait. I see why the character's not showing up. There's one little line here that is kind of important, and it's called Add Mod Character. I'll give you one guess as to what that does. New issue. Oh, far too fightable. Also, fun fact, Don't Starve Together supports a few different genders for characters. Let me pull up the list. It has a list of it somewhere. It's kind of interesting. So, there's female, male, robot. Pyro's in the list? Huh. I don't recall seeing Pyro in the... That's not new, is it? Okay, hold on. I just need to check something real quick. I doubt it's new, but... Okay, so it's at least not new as of the latest update. Because my old copy of the files is from the previous update, and this is the current version. How long has Pyro been there? Probably the entire... I'm just surprised I never noticed Pyro there, because I'm sure they've been there like this whole time. Maybe I just forgot about it. Anyway, my original point being, there are a few genders the game supports. Female, male, robot, neutral, and plural. Which is nice. I like that. I'm not sure if there's any functional differences between neutral, plural, and robot. I think they're all, like, functionally identical, but it's nice that they exist. Actually, you know what? It might exist for, like, different languages. Because some different languages... Because, like, with English, you have he, she, and then you have, like, they, which is more of, like, a catch-all, often used for, like, the others. Anything that's not the former, too. But other languages might have, like, specific terms for those. So maybe that's what that's there for? I don't know. Anyway. Point being, oh, I actually was opening that for a reason. Wanted to make sure I had it exactly the same as it is here. Anyway. Wait, actually... Hold on, I'm opening that up again. I just want to take a look at something real quick. Huh. I thought Weber was plural. But I guess that makes sense. We're bringing grammar up now. Unfortunately, yes. Anyway. As I was saying before... Oh wait, I need to change this. And this. Anyway, as I was saying... Yeah, this one line, I forgot it. It's a little important. And now that the mod is functional, it means that I can, like, kind of play around with it in the in-game console instead of the code for, like, quick testing things or quick demonstration of things. Because the useful thing about the console, it is a direct interface with Lua. Like, anything that you do in that prefab file, anything you do in here can also be done through the console, you know? Like, inst.components.health, set max health, you can just do that through the console if you wanted to. There we go. Now that's a functional character mod. That's working, that's working, that's working. Looks like everything is in the clear. The sound I haven't imported yet. But yeah, it's working. So then the thing that I wanted to do, like let's real quick enable free crafting, build this, and then if I time control, save next phase, okay. So what I have been always wanting to do is that, like, you see how, yeah, it's standard, works normally, but then if I were to, I think it was the player.anim state, which is the, I want to call it a component, because it's kind of a component, but it's kind of, it's an entity component, basically. Things, like, tied to the entity that may give it functionality, like, transform is what gives something a position, a rotation, stuff like that. Anim state is what controls, like, hey, it has an animation, here's the animations we want it to use, here's the properties of it. There's a lot of properties to animations that you can use, though. For example, set symbol brightness, set symbol bloom, yeah, set symbol brightness, yeah. Okay. And I think that I give it a symbol, which would be face, I think. And then if I set that to 1, no, that didn't work. Maybe it needs to be ran on the client. Okay, no, I'm doing something wrong here. I don't entirely know how. You know what? I could just look at the code. No, not that. I keep going to the wrong window. Okay, so... common, don't starve together, data... data bundles, scripts, prefabs, and let's just say Dreadstone. Dreadstone probably does this. That startled me for a moment.
Balance would just subscribed for 2 months. Got out of a headache nap. Oh boy, game dev time.
Hi, Balance. Nice to see you. How you doing? Nice to I hope you had a good nap. I hope that your headache feels better after it. That usually helps me when I have issues. Okay, so let's see. The Dreadstone is pretty simple here. Does it not? It looks like it doesn't do anything special. Okay. Okay, so maybe not Dreadstone. You know what does, though? Daywalker, the Nightmare Werepig. I know that they have... Oh gosh, they have a big file. I know that they have, that their eye glows in the dark, for example, and all the, like, all the, red veins also glow. Oh wow, there's a lot of stuff here. Makes sense for a boss fight. They need a lot of, like, combat logic and stuff. Oh, especially with how they look towards you, independently of, like, which direction they're walking. Very unique and very cool. Anyway. Create eye flame. Oh, cool. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff with the Nightmare Werepig here. What I'm really looking for is stuff with the... set symbol light override. That's what I'm looking for. Set symbol light override. Base 1. And you can immediately see a difference. And if I walk into the dark... Oh, look at that! Isn't that... Okay, hold on. The player... By the way, the player is a variable that just immediately redirects to whatever character you're playing. Or just the entity that you're playing as. So that's, like, really handy for console. You don't have to, like, finagle about trying to figure it out. I just realized I have not been paying attention to the chat for a bit. Break from the headache by not being awake. At least it's something. Combat logic, coding the combat logic. Combat logic. Coding the combat logic. Wait, I can't do it. Best I can do is this. I can't, okay, never mind, can't do it. Love that eye glow and I like it. It's just it happens on like the face and nose too, and that bothers me. But otherwise, I love it so much. Right. I wanted to do player.components.grew. By the way, the grew component is what controls taking damage from Charlie, which is a very cute reference. If you don't know what a grew is, it's from an old text adventure game, and it comes from the quote of, "It's pitch black, you are likely to be eaten by a grue." And it's basically just a way to prevent you from stumbling around in the dark in that game. Similarly, this game uses that as the name for the component that prevents you from stumbling in the dark, because Charlie will nip at you. Grue reference, exactly. It's a really cool thing. It's a cute little reference. I think what did I do here? I think it was like add immunity. Hold on, let me look it up. I always have to reference back to the code. So it's scripts, components, grew. I think there was just a function called like add immunity. Exactly, add immunity. Oh, and you just give it one parameter. Okay. There we go. Now I should be immune. know what? That's actually not that bad. I kind of like it. I can settle for being able to see the nose and mouth in the dark. It does look a little strange when you're in just partial darkness. Your stream got delayed. Aww. Back in sync? That's good. So yeah, I think I'm gonna keep this. So let me go back to... Okay, set symbol, light override. So then I just need to go over to here, and then near the top usually is where this is put. Oh, by the way, anytime you see inst in a prefab file, it's short for instance, and it means basically the thing that we're creating. Like, if you look at any, like... This is a bad example because it's a really big file, but you see how it says local inst equals create entity? That's also in, you also find that in, like, the player common. And that's why it doesn't show up here, but otherwise you'd need that here. But basically, inst is like, hey, we want to create an entity, so make an entity. We'll save a link to, or we'll save a reference to it in inst. Inst will always be, like, the entity you're currently working with in the file in the relevant file. So, like, inst in this file will always be the specific instance of Nico that is being spawned. So that means that if I do inst.animState, and it was set symbol light override, base 1. Oh, also, the cursed inverse of 0. Oh, never mind, that doesn't work. Oh, that doesn't work, actually. That's... So I guess that just sets, like, a minimum. So if I were to set this at, like, 2.5, that might be ideal. Like, well, not 2.5, but, like, the way this works might be ideal. So then when I go into the dark, it's never going to be perfectly 0, but it's going to still scale down. So let's see how 0.5 looks. Okay, what about 7.5? It's kind of lacking a glowiness to it if it's not 1, though. I almost feel like 1 is necessary. Thoughts? Anyone have an opinion on this? 80% looks fine. I don't know, I just feel like it's lacking a, like, the glowiness to it if it's not 1. 80%? Okay. Another thing I could do is I could probably do set symbol bloom base true. Ooh, actually, how's that look outside of the dark? It's a little visible. I kind of like it. Oh. I just hope it doesn't look strange outside of the dark. You know, I think it looks fine. Okay, so I'm adding bloom as well. We'll see how we feel about it later. So, the light override will be 0.8. Actually, does this have to be in the common? I think this has to be in the common. Let me real quick set this to 0, so back to its default. And I'll try running this as... Why was there just a black line for a moment there? I'll run this on the server. Ah, it does sync up. Okay. So, I do want to run it on the server, because it will automatically sync up anyway. No need to do it on the client. And I think that applies for any of the animState stuff, which makes sense. Because, you know, what would be the point of changing the animation on the server? The server doesn't really need that information. It just calculates things. It doesn't have visuals. Unless you're running a world without caves, in which the client and server are the same thing, in which case it definitely does need to have animations. Anyway, that's semantics. so what was the thing? Where was the bloom? Oh, symbol bloom. So there, the character should now naturally have that effect, which is probably going to look nice, I think. Okay, so what should we work on next? Next I guess we should probably add the relevant items. So, I don't need that anymore, don't need that anymore. I almost wonder if it would be... Would it be a bad idea to... No. Giving the character immunity to Charlie wouldn't really make sense. I was thinking the logic of, oh, you know, their eyes glow, so, like, they don't have to worry about the darkness. But no, that doesn't necessarily make sense, because... Try 90? Okay, I'll try 90, we'll see what we think of that. Yeah, it doesn't exactly make sense, because, you know, like, they don't see in the dark better. Well, supposedly they do, because cat-like features, but... Notably, the character does still dislike darkness, and can't see in complete darkness. It's not like night vision. Charlie will attack your eyes, and your eyes will... just stabs you with a stick, and just pokes you. Pokes you in the eye. I don't know why. But Charlie just being really, like, silly with her darkness attacks instead of just, like, you know, whatever horror she does normally. Have you seen that animation? Oh, gosh. It's kind of very creepy. Anyway. But just the idea of Charlie being, like, really silly and, like, petty with it. Actually, you know what comes to mind? You know that scene from SpongeBob where Patrick gets held up by his underwear by something invisible? that I kind of start thinking of that. Just imagine Charlie just doing that. Giving you a wedgie in the dark. Anyway. Enough distractions. I should probably get back to this. So let's add the light bulb. That's a pretty important thing. That classic. But for SpongeBob, everything's possible. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it wasn't something that was invisible. Or maybe those two separate scenes. I can't remember. Anyway. And not really too important. Okay, so let's see. What do I need here? The original mod has, like, a broken version, a non-broken version, and then a prefab for the light that it creates. And I think that that's all, like, standard, so I'll keep the same format. So, new file. I just realized I forgot to eat something today. Oh well. It's Charlie. She also haunts the Bikini Bottom. You just don't see her because she's in the dark. Okay, so... yeah, the assets will be the same. Nothing needs to be reiterated there. The prefabs will be the same. Wait. Oh, it's hinting to me that this is unused. Is it unused? Oh, interesting. There's a lot of stuff here that's unused. I only recently got the extension or set up the extension for this that, like, tells me that sort of stuff. Gosh, this is a lot bigger file than I remember. Oh yeah, it doesn't. Huh. Interesting. Okay, anyway, I do want those, so I'll copy them. Nightstick? Why does it use that? That's the, Nightstick is the codename for the, Morning Star. Okay. But with remaking this item, it does bring up the question of how I want to go about it. The original idea for the item is that it's both a utility and a weapon, and its effectiveness scales with your sanity, which I kind of logicked as, like, sort of, I logicked it in a way, but point being is that as your sanity decreased, it became less effective, both as a weapon and as a light source, to where, like, once you're at low sanity, it stopped being a good light source. But yeah, you can see here, sanity current divided by sanity max, so just like their percentage, which I now realize I could have just used the get percentage function. No, wait, because... Hi, Cass! And then just subtract 25, or 0.25, so subtract 25%, and then divide the whole thing by 75%. And multiply all that by 7, and then make that the light radius. And that's only if the player was above 25% sanity, otherwise it sets their light radius to 0. Right. So I'm kind of wondering if I want to keep the same system. I do like the idea of its effectiveness being tied to sanity. The damage... I'm not entirely sure how I would want to go about the damage this time around, because I'm not sure how I feel about it being a weapon. I do think I like it being a weapon just because, you know, it's such a big, like, thing in the game that it would make sense for it to have a nice presence in the mod as well, instead of just being something that you, like, keep with you, you know, and use when it gets dark. Also, because, how's it going? It's going good. I've been kind of a bit long-winded with my mod explanations, which I want to feel bad about, but I think that's also part of the fun, so I'm not being too hard on myself for it. So far the mod is functional. So that's good. That was pretty easy to do. So now I'm just working on adding all the, like, custom stuff. All the items, the different stats, all that. It's functional, pack the bags, we're done here. Good work, team. If it works, don't touch it. Classic coding. You know what? I think I will keep the same system. I will completely redo it, though. Oh, one other thing that's interesting about this. So, one thing that I realized when working on this mod is that, the way that this light works is that the actual light created by the item follows the item itself. Which, you know, sounds like it makes sense. And I've also noticed, and after some research, I learned that's how it works in Don't Starve as well. But Don't Starve Together actually doesn't do that. The light exists at the player's location, not at the location of the object in their hand. Isn't that interesting? But there is a reason for that. It means that, like, it means that no matter how small the light source is, you're going to be within its light. And that's especially noticeable when I had this object, because the light radius decreases with sanity. So once it got small enough, you could see that there was still light, but you weren't in the light. And I'm not sure if I want to keep that, because it's such a cute touch, but also it doesn't fit with Don't Starve Together. So I'm kind of torn on that. Thoughts? Anyone got opinions on that? You're spaced out, that's fine. This is a lot of information. I wouldn't be surprised if anyone was having some information overload. Okay, one other thing that I should do is I should look at how, like, a torch works and copy its code instead of this, because there's gonna be a lot of stuff here that's no longer needed. I did some silly stuff with that. Okay, let's see. What am I actually looking for here? Right, this stuff. The main... Oh, you might notice this is a little different from the character file. There isn't a difference between common and master, it's just one function. And you might also notice down here, if not the world is master sim, then return inst end. So this little snippet of code is going to be seen in a lot of places. And basically what it means is the world is just a redirect to the prefab that contains all the world information. Like, you know, it's what, I don't know how to explain. It's just the world, you know? How many flirty lines is too much? Never too much. Asterisk. Asterisk being depending on, the intended audience. Right, so... right. So, the world is just, you know, the world. And is master sim is a variable on the world that is going to be true if it's the master server, or if it's a server, but false if it's the client. So this is kind of the go-to way to have code run separately on server or client. So if not, the world is master sim. So if the code is running on the client, then return inst. Return inst tells Lua to stop the function where it is, return this value to whatever called it, which you'll also see at the very end of this. So what this means is that anything below these 3 lines, never gonna run on the client. It just stops there. But on the server, it will continue on. You finally learned how to change it depending on gender plus a compatibility with neutral gender mod. Ooh. This is marriage. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. At that point, I think it depends on the character. Because, you know, different people are going to be, like, different levels of flirty, you know? Some people would, like, not really have a care for it. Some people will, like, flirt with everything they say. So I think it depends on the character personality. But for the most part, I would say that there's never too much. So let's see, set weapon, or add component weapon. Container equals nil. Oh, right, that keeps track of what, yeah, okay. Yeah, a lot of this code seems unnecessary. Keeping a good balance, maybe, I don't know, like this character too much. I would say go with your heart, but I have a feeling that's the problem here. Quote-unquote problem, of course. So much of this is it's just unnecessary. Okay. It's kind of hard to decide where to start, because so much of this I can just ignore. F it, cracks fingers. Oh my gosh, that actually picked up on the mic. Okay. Good to know. Right, so first off I would want all of this stuff. Oh, right, I also just need, like, oops. Oops. Okay, I don't know why I'm having trouble clicking there today. That's weird. Why does it have a path? Interesting. Don't know why there's a file path. I wonder what that does. Oh, redeemed a stretch. Okay. Probably need it, come to think of it. You found it! I felt so proud of making this. I think it's so delightful. I'm glad that other people are also finding it delightful. Yeah, I just knew that I had to make that. You like the big grin. Okay, so let's see, what else do I need? I guess the important parts would be that this should be an equipable item, at the very least. Oh, I should probably also do that, shouldn't I? I think eventually I should probably make an off and on state for this item, which would mean separate animations for the two. And of course, by animations, I mean like a static image as its animation, because I'm not gonna actually do an animation. Though, maybe I could. That's for later. That's for future me to think about. Okay, so... Attack Shadow. I did that. Huh, interesting. Shouldn't need, like, any of that. The tag is more just a convenience. But it'll be useful. It'll be a useful convenience. Okay. Oh, and also, Insta Entity Set Pristine. I don't entirely know what it does. All I know is that that's just sort of like an optimization thing that tells the game, hey, we've set up a few things that, I don't know. Like, it's just like, we've set up a few things, so let's, let's mark that as such, and it's optimized now. I don't know entirely how it works. It's just usually after it, does the client stuff. Do I want it to be a weapon? I might. Yeah, I might as well. I don't necessarily have to make it a good weapon. For now, I'll just have it, do, like, I don't know, like 34 damage, same as a spear. Burnable... I think burnable is for, like, how a torch works. Oh, inventory item, that's kind of important. Equipable. And the equip functions I'll worry about later. Can leave that. I'll leave those out for now, and that should be everything. So then I'll copy these over. And don't need those, I'll do that sort of thing later. Okay, then what did this do? You know what, instead of looking at what that does, I should start looking at a torch and see what it does. Use that as a reference. Or maybe not a torch, but maybe... I'll look at the Morning Star's code, since that's gonna be the closest thing. Okay, so overrides that. The usual. Burnable Ignite. Okay, yeah, that all looks normal. Okay, so I just... Yeah, I'll just use these entire on-equip and on-unequip functions. And why is it suddenly saying those are unused? Is there a difference in name? There is a difference in name. Oh, look, my least favorite line in the game. Wonder how I'm gonna torture... torture it. One thing I should do real quick is inst add tag this, just so this like restricted tag. Which, by the way, restricted tag is for equipable items. This is what says, hey, only players with this tag can equip this item. It's why other characters can't equip like Walter's slingshot or something like that, you know? So I'm doing this for this character because this character, you know, they're kind of special. The object's only made to work with them, so only they can hold it. Well, other players can, like, pick it up and such, but they can't, like, hold on to it, you know? And gives a little bit of sanity while held. That's what dapperness means. And that should be good on that. Dapperness mentioned. Spade appears. And then for the light... for now I'll just keep it as that, and I think I'll just test it. Also, fun fact, if you're ever making a mod, if you roll back, it reloads the mods. So any changes that you make and save, just roll back, they'll apply. With exception of assets, if you ever change like the name of an asset or something, you have to fully reload the game for those to update, but for the most part, not really an issue. But yeah, just roll back and all of your rolling back is very convenient for quickly testing changes, because you don't have to wait through the thing to reset and like... I completely lost my train of thought. You don't have to wait for the game to like reset and then like load up. Okay, so that didn't work. Did I? I did. Okay. So maybe it had an error? Nope. No errors related to the mod, it looks like. Oh, I know what's wrong. I forgot to add it to this, so it never thought to attempt loading that file. Also, if you're ever making mods for DST, one mod that I would really recommend is called DevTools. It's what adds the like menu that I was using earlier to change the time. But it also has a handy keybind where if I hold Control and press R, it rolls back. So that's basically just my reload hotkey, which is so useful. Also, the, like, name tags above players, surprisingly, that's actually from DevTools. There we go. And nothing happened? Is it... It's there, it just doesn't have... Oh, it crashed. So it existed, it just didn't have a... I know why it didn't show up. I only have the basics in the assets here. Right. So where's the mod main of? I have closed the mod main of the reference mod. Easy fix. What? Wait. The assets aren't... Oh, wait, do I not need to preload the asset in there? Do I just need to preload the asset here? No, the asset is preloaded here. Oh, that's weird. Surely it would have to be in this list, right? And that's why it's not showing up? What if I try it anyway? That is the wrong mod. Okay, I do have to restart the game though now. Oop, that's not what I meant to press. You're done for today with that. Well, some progress is progress. It's so nice that my internet's working again. That was actually greatly upsetting. Better than the vanilla. There's a weird soggy bird outside. Hope it doesn't find its way inside. $2. Makes 0 sense anyways. I certainly don't understand it. $1 is happy, $2 sad, $4 blush, and so on. Oh, so that's like how the game changes, that's like the internal way that the game changes character expressions. Oh, neat. This one has 18 different ones, so I almost have 10. Ooh, some options. You can tell they're fan favorite. Oh, that's... yeah, that's pretty telling. Alright, I was gonna look at the odds of survivals thing. Right, so the options were Slim, Grim, and None. I think Slim works just fine. Oh, hey, it worked. That's not the right... Oh wait, no, it is the right texture. And it crashed again. Right, I never actually fixed the crash, I just realized. Attempt to index field burn up... Oh, right. What would y'all's survival odds be in-game? I think most people's would be none. I don't know, I probably... Realistically, I probably wouldn't have that much sanity in that sort of situation. And I probably wouldn't handle things well. And I don't really know much about survival, so I would probably also be none. My skills aren't entirely transferable. Unless you go by, like, character logic. I guess maybe if I were a character, I'd probably have some, like, sort of, like, programmable drone or something. I want to see you craft a perfect axe with a single flint and stick. Yeah, that... you would have to be really lucky with the piece of flint you find. Or, if you found 2 pieces of flint, then you could use them to, like, use one to sharpen the other. Or if you just, like, found a, like, convenient rock, I guess you could use that. But doing it with just a flint... And also, how do you attach it to the stick? And how do you get a stick that's that strong? Or I could just die to Charlie, take me. I want out of here. One way or another, I want out of here. Oh, wait, I just noticed the game... Oh yeah, of course, the game crashed. It crashed earlier, and I got distracted. Okay, so the problem is that I didn't have the burnable component. And then I tried using the burnable component, and it was like, what do you mean? Also, was it lacking an inventory icon? Impossible to tell. It probably crashed before it loaded that. You can move around as a ghost. That's something. Yeah, I guess so. And since on anything is canon in my world, it would just be a pretty spooky taxi. I love the wording of spooky taxi. Reminds me of one of my favorite things to make in a crockpot in this game, a haunted banana shake, made with a banana, or it was like 2 bananas and 2 nightmare fuel. Haunted banana shake. It's just a normal banana shake, but like, probably with an aftertaste that feels like death. Or tastes like death, I mean. I don't know, what does nightmare fuel taste like? I imagine it would probably be, like, kind of flavorless and, like, goopy. It would be like eating unflavored gelatin. Tastes like nightmares. It's just like the inverse of the holiday cheer, where eating it makes you feel, like, your greatest holiday memories or something. New mod idea, edible nightmare fuel. Air but with a bad smell. You know what? Maybe it would have like a slight charcoal taste to it. Oh gosh, licorice. You know what? You're right. Licorice is awful and is perfectly fitting for the flavor of... Peeps in your country eat durians. I'm surprised if someone would like that. Fair point. Everyone has their tastes. So that's the wrong texture, which makes a lot of sense. I probably forgot to... And why did it crash this time? On remove fire is not declared. Right. I probably should have looked more at these functions before adding them. There we go, that's better. And then the sound can stay the same. The light can stay the same, I'll worry about that later. And... on remove fire, I just need to define that function. Let me just copy it from this. Oh, that's simple. I probably also need that, don't I? 2 pocket? No? What's that used for? Oh, unequipable. Oh, set unequipped to... Right, set unequipped to model. Probably don't need that, because it's the set... the set unequipped to model is like set unequip, but to model refers to the mannequins. It's for things that have special functionality when put on a mannequin, such as how torches, or in this case, the Morning Star, don't create light while on a mannequin, and don't consume durability while on a mannequin. It's handy. Not something I'm going to need, though. I wonder what the difference is between unequip and two pocket. Small detail. Okay, so everything should be set up now. And after I have this done, I guess I should probably work on the recipe. The recipe and the special functionality, and maybe the light. And then after that, I might work on the skins. Because honestly, I really want to see those skins again. And it's going to be fun to play around with the new API. Oh, and then we get to experiment with the dependencies too, right? Because the Skins API is a mod that is a dependency of any mod that uses it. So, yeah, I'll get to show off how that works, because I don't remember and can't explain it otherwise. Also, there was a fun little Easter egg in the original. The light bulb had two different versions, broken and functional. The broken version I still had equipable, and like all it did was it dealt like 1 damage when attacking with it, but it had like a 1 in 100 chance to cause a lightning strike that deals like 1,000 damage or something. It wasn't, like, worth it. But it was interesting. I'm wondering if I should keep it. I probably shouldn't keep it, because that's just kind of... That could go poorly. Because, like, imagine just getting extremely lucky. You just get extremely lucky, and you're able to, like, 4-shot a boss because you got 4 1 in 100 rolls in a row. Like, sure, the chances of that are so slim, but I'm not sure if having the possibility is a good idea. Random high moment. Oh my gosh, it really is just a random crit. Okay, so it looks fine on the ground. It does not look fine in hand, but it is creating light, and it does have a... Okay, it does have an inventory image, that's good. Why doesn't it have a texture, though? That's bothersome. Maybe I did this wrong? I did do this wrong. I see. The main difference there. I think that what this is like, the first thing is the, like, the symbol on, like, in this case, the player. The second parameter is the, animation that you want to append to it. In this case, it would be the, item. And then the last is the symbol of that animation that you want to replace the symbol that you want to replace this symbol with. And that's how the game puts a equipped item onto your character model. It literally just replaces one of the symbols of the character animation with the item itself, which is a pretty good solution. It's also why if you're holding a lantern, the lantern and the glow around the lantern still counts as clicking on yourself because it's just part of your character animation. Like, it literally is just part of your character, which is an interesting side effect, and also very annoying when you are holding a lantern and trying to, like, build stuff. Because the glow of the lantern is big. The, like, particles around, or, like... Here, it would be easier to explain while with a demonstration. Yeah, see this little, like, glowy ring around it? That counts as something to click on. See how it doesn't let me click on the flower if it's anywhere near? That is so annoying. Anyway. I guess it makes it easier to click on like that, but that's not really relevant. So now that's working. Come to think of it, the art of that could be improved. Is it normal that it goes behind? I guess that is normal that it goes behind. That's actually weird. I would imagine it would go, like, in front of the arm, but still behind the head. Oh wait, the glow is not part of the object. See how it's not rotating with it? And how it's above the head? That's interesting. I think the effect might be its own prefab. What would it be called? Lantern underscore... It's not flower, it's not... Oh, crystal, maybe? Underscore effects held. It might automatically remove itself if it notices it's not attached to something. Oh well. It's probably just removing itself, but I bet that that's it. Anyway, so now that's working. I really should redo the art of it someday, because it does look kind of bleh. Let's see what the light looks like. Yeah, that looks... I did not think that through. Yeah, I still love that. Okay. So that's done. Oh wait, I haven't tried it as a weapon. Nope, wrong button. Punching bag, that's what I need. Okay, it's doing a decent amount of damage. It could use the visual effects, though. Let's see, where's its, set on attack, on attack. What do they do on the on attack? Spawn prefab electrical hit sparks, aligned to target, okay. Do I have a... I'm doing this all wrong, don't collapse those. Okay. So... Do I have a on attack function? I do not. fix that on attack function, and then put this here. Okay, now, after that, I should probably implement durability. Now the question is, do I want to keep it as spoilage, or do I want to change it to a more traditional durability? The main difference is that spoilage will always happen, but I'm planning to do that with the durability anyway, so that's not really relevant. And the spoilage will be impacted by season. So, like, if it's winter, the spoilage will decrease less. If it's summer, it will decrease more. Which, to a degree, does make sense for, you know, a light bulb. Because I imagine that it being warm would make it burn out a lot, or would make it, like, you know, damage it in some way, but you could argue that for, like, anything. I think I'll just use basic durability. Though there are multiple forms of durability. There's finite uses, there's fueled, and then there's burnable. Burnable is used by things like a torch. Freshness is boring. Fueled is used by something like a torch. Finite uses is used more so for things that, like, you know, are used sometimes. So, like, Wickerbottom's books, a pickaxe, an axe, all of the different tools, but could also have, like, a ticking decrease in the more standard, traditional sense, kind of the inverse of Wickerbottom's books when they're in the, bookcase. Then there's also, the, fueled component, which, as you might expect, is used for, like, the lantern. Because, you know, it's fueled by light bulbs. But, what's interesting, you might not know this, but, something like the top hat also uses fueled. It just doesn't have anything that refuels it. But it technically uses the fueled component. Its fuel is just, like, its fuel type is called durability. So I might go with that same system. Kind of thinking that system might be the best. Okay, so what should I use a reference for that? I don't know, Summer Vest? Just any of the clothing items, preferably not a hat, because those are kind of weird in the way that they're formatted in the prefab files. Every single hat is in one file. Yeah, I can just show that real quick. Hats.lua. This is what it looks like. It's just a large file that has, like, every single hat in the game. And then here, you can see that it returns make hat, make hat, make hat, make hat, so on, so on, so on. It's honestly kind of infuriating. Like, it's efficient, yeah, but I kind of hate it. And I think Armor... No, Armor doesn't do a similar system. And no other clothing items do it either. All of Wickerbottom's books share the same file, but that makes more sense. Most things that have, like, a visual effect attached to them will be defined in the same file. It's really just an organization thing. Or if two things share the same code, you could have them in the same file for convenience. Also, all of the farm plants are in the same file, which also kind of makes more sense, but every single hat, really? Ugh. I bet that they really only do it just because that's how it's already formatted, and they don't want to mess with the format too much, so they just keep adding on to it. So let's see, where was I? I was looking for the, like, summer breast or whatever. What would it be? What is the prefab name of that thing? You know what? I have an easy solution here. One useful thing about DevTools is if I were to spawn in, let's say the Dapper Vest, how about that one? And then I were to drop it here. If I press Z while hovering over it, it gives me a lot of information about it. Not only that, but it sets it as the debug entity, which is, normally you do that by like C_select, which would do the same thing. Whatever's under the mouse, it sets that as the debug entity, and it returns it from this. So if you wanted to, like, let's say, add a component to something, you just, like, add component, hover over whatever you want, add the component, whatever you want to do with it. But it also sets as the debug entity, which means if I press backspace, there's all of a sudden all of that extra info there that says, like, it's like global instance ID, its name, the age of the object, how long it's been in existence. You can see, like, its name, which is for, like, things that have special names, like the pigs. Every tag that the item has. The prefab name again. All of the information from the anim state, such as the bank it uses, the build it uses, the animation it's currently playing, the frame it is on that animation, what direction it's facing. Then there's transform, which has position, scale, heading, prediction, not entirely sure what that last one is, networking, stuff like how the server interfaces with the client. So it's like, it's got a network ID, it's got an owner, it's got net sleep, whatever that is. Label, no clue what that is. Physics, for, you know, that's pretty self-explanatory. And buffered action is kind of like, that's kind of like what the, like, if you're, like, let's say you're playing, and you left-click a bee. How you see how, like, you walk up to the thing and then attack it? That is a buffered action. What it's doing is it's saying, okay, so you want to attack. Let's set your buffered action as attack, and then have you walk towards that object. And then once you reach that object, it will say, okay, well, you have a buffered action here. Let's do that buffered action. It's a complicated system, and it's kind of annoying to work with, but it's a decent system. Where was I? Oh yeah, Sweater Vest. That's its prefab name. Sorry if it all goes over your head. Okay, sweatervest.lua. So let's see what that does here. Okay, fuel type usage, initialize fuel level, and set depleted function, remove. Okay, so I should just be able to... Actually, hold on a second. Remember how I said that there's like 3 different types of durability? There's fueled, there's finite uses, and then there's burnable. I just realized it already has burnable. So why don't I use that? So how is this used? Burnable ignite. Okay. So I just have that start as ignited? Hold on, what exactly is the implications of igniting a burnable? Scripts, components, no, not bundle, burnable. Making the most of things, yeah. I mean, if it's gonna be... if it's gonna be convenient, I might as well. Okay, so what does ignite do? Okay, so no undamaged. Burning item is done in the propagator component. Going to health, get fire damage scale. Okay, not really relevant. If not fire immune, then controlled burn source. So that's for like Willow with their skill tree. Controlled burn source, then duration creature. Yeah, okay. There's more Willow stuff. Stokeable fire. Interesting. Okay, stop smoldering. Okay, so like, you know, when something starts smoldering and then it lights on fire, of course you want it to stop smoldering. You know, it's kind of a little past smoldering at that point. So that makes sense. Listen for event death on killed. I'm not entirely sure what that's for. Oh, just to tell it to stop burning if it's... Huh. It multiplies the color by 0.2, which would make it, like, darker black. Interesting. Okay, so that's interesting. Just to make the effects kind of match the death animation, I suppose. So fueled start consuming, and propagator start spreading. Okay, but that's only if it has propagator. I think propagator is what makes it so something on fire can set something else on fire. Think like a campfire compared to a fire pit. Campfire would have propagator, fire pit wouldn't. I think that's what's going on here. Extend burning? What's extend burning? Oh, it just sets a task. Do task in time, controlled burn, do time burning. Huh, okay. Oh, so it just tells it, like, once you run out of, like, at the time that you would run out of fuel, do this. And all it does is runs the done burning function. Oh hey, reference to diseasable. Y'all remember when disease was a thing? Okay, so that doesn't really do much. Okay, so it kinda just seems like that there's no... like, special features of this unless it has other components. So, Ignite shouldn't really be an issue here. All it should do is make it start losing durability. Which actually makes me a little curious on how refueling it would work. Because in the original mod I had it so, like, you can craft, or you can repair the broken light bulb into the normal one using nightmare fuel. But in this case, I'm not sure if I want to keep, or like, and also like, sorry, I kind of lost a train of thought. But I also had it so like, just out of convenience, you can use nightmare fuel on it to repair it while it, or like to refuel it while it's functioning, just so you can like kind of skip the having to craft it again, like waiting for it to burn out, then crafting it again. I just realized Clay stole my idea with Wanda of a weapon that's refueled with nightmare fuel. It's infinite too. Gosh darn it, Clay stole my idea. Clay at it again, taking all my ideas. How dare they? Evil, evil, I say. That always happens to me. Okay, so let's see what yeah, okay, I think I think that it should be just fine just to have it ignite when equipped. Or no, I would want it to ignite immediately, because I want it to lose durability even while unequipped. Yeah, I want it to just always be losing durability. What sets its burn time, though? I'm only just now realizing that I don't actually know what does that. I didn't see anything like that in the Morningstar's code, but maybe I just didn't see it. Okay, so I don't need it to ignite on equip, and I don't want it to extinguish when unequipped, so it's just gonna always be burning. So what decides how long this burns for? Oh, on fuel change. Okay, so it's when it burns out. Okay, so it just does what you would expect. It pushes an event to the player to say, hey, the item burned out, do whatever you need to do with that, which would just be like, hey, the item ran out, let's replace it with a new one if a new one exists. As well as saying, hey, this is what the character should say in response to it burning out. And then it removes the object. After it removes the object, it pushes the event, and then it just ends the function. But if it was equipable but wasn't equipped, or just wasn't equipable at all for whatever reason, it just removes itself without doing anything special. That makes sense. Okay. So that's probably about what I would want. I still don't really understand what the whole sections thing is. I think that it's like, if you ever watch a fire pit, you can see the, fire, kind of snap from one side to another sometimes. I think that that's the sections, kind of what that's about, so... I don't really get the practical use of it, though. I guess for, if you need something to, kind of, change properties suddenly at different stages of its burning. But I don't think anything really does that, so I'm not entirely sure why it's a thing. Anyway. On fuel change, and I think I just need to copy that from here. Burnable does not handle... I'm sorry, Astro. I'll get to it eventually, I swear. But part of why I wasn't working on that project is I didn't want to burn myself out for this, because this is a very special occasion. But after this is out of the way, that's not going to be a problem. But still, might be busy and such. I'm sorry. What references are there to the fueled component? What more does it do? That's it, okay. It's probably automatically handled by the burnable component then. Hmm. Huh, I don't entirely know what those mean. I'll just leave it as is and see how that works out. You know, come to think of it, what's the point of on fuel change removing the object if the fueled component has remove as its depleted function? Isn't one of those things redundant? I'll worry about that later once I'm going through the details. For now, I think that this is correct. This should give it durability. Also not sure how long I'll be live today, because I am pretty tired. Though it would suck for me to do such a short stream on such a special occasion, so I'll probably go for a decent while longer. But I'm not sure if I'll finish this project entirely within one stream. Oh, it's not letting me pick it up? That's interesting. Wonder why. What if I spawn a new one? No, I just can't interact with it at all. That's interesting. Huh. I am actually not certain why that's the case. What if I tell it to... Oh, it would be fueled. Which one was it? Hold on. What if I tell it to extinguish? Oops, that's the duplicate components. Okay, I don't know which one that activated. Apparently it did nothing to either. Time to call a nil value. Oh, interesting. Wait, I'm doing this wrong. Why do I have that? Okay. Huh. That is the case. You can't pick it up if it's ignited. Oh, wait, that makes sense. That makes total sense, because you know how if... Because, like, if you, like, let's say burn this, you can't pick that up. And it's not showing the text because, well, it doesn't have the, like, examine action. And if there's no actions to do, the game just skips showing anything at all. Here, let me do this real quick. That is the wrong button. That's what I get. More spool. Okay. So I guess that makes sense. Maybe... Okay, hold on. What is burnable actually being used for here? I think burnable is just being used to activate fuel, so... I guess I don't need to worry about that. I guess I technically don't need... Okay, you know what? I don't need to worry about this. I'll keep it in existence, just... Oh, one other thing I wanted to test. I want to make sure the particles are working. Oh, yeah, that's beautiful. Okay. Yep, that is so much flashier. I love it. So yeah, I think I'm going to copy what the... I think I'm gonna copy what the vest does. Where was I? Right, I'm losing focus. That's not a good sign. I might not be able to go too much further. Right, what was the thing called? It was like... Darn it, I forgot what the dang thing was called. Sweater vest. Duh. Ah, that's loud. Oh, gosh. Yeah, no, please don't. Gosh, that was... ah. Why was it so loud? Okay, so how does this work? Okay, just starts consuming fuel. Okay, so don't need these. Right. I'll leave that just for reference. I can leave that as is for now. Eventually I'll change it to something else. Actually, you know what? I'll change it now. How about total daytime times 10, so 10 days. What makes this sewable? I want to make sure I don't give it that property. Might be one of the tags? I don't even see it having any tags. That's interesting. I'll worry about that later. Okay, so I wanted to start consuming immediately and to never stop. Okay, so was there any references to anything in here that I would need to also remove? No, I think everything is good to go, so I might be able to just test it now. You know what? I don't think it needs bloom. I think the bloom... I think... Actually, no, the bloom does make it look better. Ooh, does the bloom... Hold on, here's an idea. The player dot anim state set symbol bloom. And if y'all remember when I said that the if y'all remember that the way that the items work is that it's just part of the character model. So if I have it so the part of the character model has that specific part of the character model has bloom. I think it was swap underscore object. How does that look? Did nothing. I wonder if it would go by this then. No? Okay, what about this? I wasn't expecting that it would actually be... No, none of them. Okay, that's interesting. Does the morning star glow? It glows in the same way of that it doesn't. Interesting. Okay, well I'm gonna ignore that tiny detail for now then. I would like to give it bloom while in the hands, but not entirely sure how to do that. Or if that can be done. Okay, what am I missing here? Oh, I just need to reload so I can test this. Hi, Spade. Side quests. Oh, that crashed. Okay. Attempt to index field burnable. Ah, I see. On line 19... So I did miss something. Okay, don't need that anymore then. Small update, Spade, while you were gone. I decided that the burnable component wasn't really needed. Especially because I realized that with the burnable component, if the item is ignited, you can't pick it up. Which made a lot of sense in retrospect, because, you know, if you set something on fire that you can pick up, it no longer lets you pick it up. And I just never considered that that would also technically apply to stuff like the torch or the morning star. Because those are burning through the same method, technically. You just never run into the problem of not being able to pick them up, because they're only ever burning while already equipped. Okay, you know, while I wait for that to load... Oh gosh, I have too many files open. I need to close some of these. Don't need that. Okay. Let me just real quick make a document for plans. Okay, so, what needs to be done? Broken light bulb. Journal. Broken/not. Let's see what else needs to be done. Skins. Like everything else. I don't know. There's a lot that still needs to be done. A lot of little details. As a little joke/reference, the original mod did have like a slight bonus to any fish-based foods, but that also proved to be kind of difficult to like. I had to like specifically say that what foods were fish and what weren't because of because the game doesn't really have a way to differentiate them naturally. So, I'm not sure if I would still implement that, but maybe. Let's see, what other little detail? I think that was really it. There wasn't... Oh, wait. Pancakes. Vital. I think that... Put simply, I think that's all that needs to be done. I'll move that up because it's going to be my next priority. Okay, so that's working. I guess I do also need a copy over the name of it and such. That would probably be important. Okay, so it doesn't crash when equipped, when unequipped. That's good. I think that's fully functional now, aside from that I need to implement the broken version, have it break when it runs out of durability, so on. Right? Oh yeah, and the damage is a placeholder, the light that it uses is a placeholder. But aside from that, it's done. I think I'm gonna move on to skins, because I'm just too excited for that, and I'm not sure how much longer I can go. Cosmetics, yeah, the cosmetics are vital. Genuinely my favorite part of the mod. I may be biased. Okay, so let's look up how to use the skins API, yay? Okay, where do they have a tutorial? Oh, right here, link to the Clay forums, okay. Oh, wait, you know what else I'm forgetting, which is kind of important? I'm still missing Nico's hat, which also kind of goes along with the skins, because the hat can be given, it can change skins based on character skin. It's a good thing to be biased towards. I agree. Cosmetics are a very important detail. Okay, so let's see here. Creating custom skins for modded character. Create prefab skin. Okay. If you've created a character mod, which likely you have, after reading this tutorial, you've likely already created a skin. The _none prefab file you usually have a character, or you usually have in character mods is actually a skin, the default skin. And I mentioned this because we're going to do something very similar, so this should hopefully give you a similar sense of familiarity. Let's take a quick look at all the parameters used for the create skin prefab, or create prefab skin function, which is a function necessary for creating our custom skins. I'll be using the name ESC template in place of the prefab name, as that should help to correlate it with the extended sample character template. Okay, so... And this is this the function used in here? It is, okay. Probably would be best for... Why am I doing it like that? Would probably be best for this to go there, just to have... make sure it's clear. Okay, Alright, let me just copy this so I can put it side by side and compare. Okay, let's do it over here where it's not gonna... Okay, so... assets... skins... Yeah, okay. Base prefab, build name override... Those are there, okay. Type is there, yes. Rarity is the same as what's there, okay. Okay. Okay, so that all looks very standard. But this will format it a little better. Yeah, so assets should be at the top. Assets I will not have be like that. Okay. And skins, what was... Oh, I shouldn't have deleted that. Hold on. Copy that, then redo. There we go. And then I'll move that to the top because it looks better. Base prefab is correct. Build name override is correct. type is there, rarity's there, skin tag's at the bottom, that makes perfect sense. Okay. Alright, now we'll go through the example of how it's used. What my friend has done in renaming the _none file to _skins, and then initializing all their custom character skins in there. So let's go through how they did it. Okay, that looks how you'd expect, okay. Okay, I see. So what they did is they created this, a little table to fill with stuff, and then they would do this. So then it's putting that into there, and then it returns unpacked those. Defined it, oh, yeah, that's not deprecated. It's deprecated for the, it is deprecated, but not for the version of Lua that DST uses, so unpack is perfectly valid to use. Okay, so that's not needed anymore. Maybe I should keep the comments, though. The Spike Will. Oh, that emote's so good. Okay, so let's continue on. They use the rarity mod made. I wonder if that's... I wonder what rarities are available. I'm sure it explains later on in this tutorial. Okay. So those are needed in the mod main, so I'll go over to the mod main. Okay, so I'll have to update those later once I actually have an extra skin available. These... wait, hold on, do I already have... I do, I have that. Okay, so I do actually want to have this here. Keep it simple, and then the quote can just be the same as this. You know, I could just, like, just for convenience, do that. And that. Not entirely sure which of these is used, but whatever. Okay, so, first up, I should set up my favorite skin, the Triumphant. Actually, I should probably follow along the tutorial a little more. Huh, that's weird. I just heard the sound that lets me know that a message was just posted, but I didn't see anything. That's weird. Very strange. Maybe Twitch automatically deleted a message and didn't tell me? No, it definitely would tell me. Whatever. Maybe the, must be Charlie. You're right, it was probably Charlie. I think the, chat box widget just got a little confused. Talking about the portraits, I'll worry about that once it becomes a problem. Okay, so how does this do this? It does, like, standard. Well, that's for, like, items. I'll have to look into that, or I'll have to do that later. First I'll worry about the character skins, and then I'll maybe add the hat and all the hat skins. And maybe after that I will call it a day, depending on how I feel. We'll see. Let's see. If I also included item skins, custom items, yada yada yada. Now this is where things get difficult. From making a skin for a modded character, you'll need to initialize two functions in the global environment named prefab name init function and prefab name clear function. These are the functions that will be responsible for actually skinning your prefab when calling it from the UI. Or using a clean sweeper. Oh, wait, that's for items though, I can worry about that later. Okay. Interesting to know, though. Is this entire section for... Yeah, the entire section is for items, so I'll skip that for now. This doesn't really mention how to set the mod as a dependency, does it? Or did I just skip that? Okay, they don't mention anything about dependencies, so I guess I have to figure that out myself. And by figure that out myself, I mean looking it up. Or looking at how a different mod does it. Let's see, what's a good mod that I could use an example? Wemmy. I think Wemmy had some good, modded skins. Wait, actually, maybe it says on... No, it doesn't say on the, it doesn't say on the mod page either. Okay. So, Wemmy it is then. Oh, interesting. Apparently, searching up the workshop for API, my modpacks mod is the 4th one in the list. Huh. Good to see that that's working well. Though, maybe that's a skewed result or something. Not sure if it has a tendency to show my stuff before others, since it, you know, it's my stuff. Alright. Actually, I wonder if the Wemmy mod is out of date. Whatever. Okay, I'm already subscribed to it, that's good. So now I guess I just have to open up the File Explorer, go to where the new mods are stored, and then search up its ID, which is 218387, so on, so on. And then scripts. Oh wait, not scripts. I want to look at the mod info real quick, since that would have the dependencies. Does not. Oh wait, it's not needed as a dependency, is it? Because it just... Right, because it's optional. Okay. When was this last updated? Oh gosh, 2021. Never mind, it is very outdated. You know what? I'll just search up Skins API and see what shows up. What's the first character mod that shows up? Okay, what's the second mod that shows up? Okay, what's the third mod that shows up? Okay, fine. Look at the first mod that shows up. Let's see. No, never mind. That seems... Huh. What mod would be a good example for this? What's a somewhat newish mod that has custom skins using the Skins API? Ah! Whiskey from Clifford. That could work. I'm not subscribed to it, so let's subscribe to it. Okay, and now I should be able to find it in here. So its ID is 3099... No, wait. 30199, so on, so on. Okay, then if I look at the mod info... Oh, language stuff. Contributors? Curious. Wonder what that variable does, if anything. Why are there so many spaces there? Oh, wow, this file looks complicated. No mentions of dependencies, though. Okay. So I guess, yeah, it's not needed as a dependency. That confirms that suspicion. Okay, so if it's not needed as a dependency... I'll keep that folder open just in case I need more reference material. But for now, I think that I just need to fill out the information and try running it with the API. And see if that just does work. Because the mod didn't really specify anything else that was needed, it just said to... Yeah, like, if I'm just purely following along the tutorial and not doing anything extra, then I think that I have everything correct. Okay, so it suggests... all skins should start with ms underscore, okay. Aside from the default, ms underscore. And then, what is this called? Think, lol. Think, Marcus, think! What was I looking for? Oh yeah, Nico underscore shadow is what I'm looking for. So would it be underscore Nico underscore shadow, or would it just be underscore shadow? Probably with character name included. Let's look at the reference material again. Yes, okay, they do have character name underscore. Okay, so it'd be underscore, yeah, it would be like that. And... then normal skin. Yeah, I think I just need to replace all the instances of that with that, you know? And the ghost is going to be the same for all of them. I think that there were like 2 different ghosts because there were 4 skins and then duplicates of all of those with pupils for, like, you know, as an option. So I think that there were 2 different ghost sprites, one with and one without pupils. So technically that would be a difference, but for now I'll worry about the skins with pupils later. Base prefab would stay the same. Build name override. I think I would also want to change that. Type. I don't think the type would be base. Hold on, let me look at what this does. No, type is base, and then the rarity, they set it to mod made, which is probably going to be standard. Okay, so that, in theory, should do the trick, I think. This is actually really simple, if that is the case. Oh, I am missing one thing, though, before I continue on. I need to make a duplicate of these for the new skin. Okay, so the names... for now, this will just be placeholder. I'll also make this a placeholder, but it'll be a funny placeholder. Alright, so let's see if this has worked. Funny mentioned. Attention grabbed. I do have skins API, right? Yeah. Let's see if this works. My guess is that it doesn't work. I feel pretty confident that this is not going to work. We will see, though. We will see. I see the funny has also grabbed Cass's attention. You're just lurking and eating? Sounds good. I forgot to eat before stream, so I'm actually really hungry right now. One of the reasons why I might not be able to go for too long. Typical stuff, yeah. Back to your hole. Enjoy your food. Alright, here's hoping that this works. I don't got... No, unfortunately not. I have been meaning to get around to making more emotes. Imagine you sending one. Oh wow, what a nice emote. Hey, it worked. Oh, I love it. So, fun fact about this. Less than 3. I love it. So, the fun thing about this skin is that originally the face looked identical to how all the other ones looked, but I was like, no, that's boring. So then I made it a little smirk. I love it. Does this work? No, the portrait's not working. Okay. Hi, RC in YouTube chat. There are two, yes. Hello, RC from Twitch chat. Smirk. Perfect. Oh yeah, I still need to add the sound. Ugh, I love this skin so much. Okay, now I just need to add all the other skins, which shouldn't be hard. Where was... Right, I should write a description for it, you mean? What do you mean? Alright, so the guest of honor is labeled as formal, right? Yes, formal. you can't spell fast or at all. Relatable. Okay, anywhere where shadow is mentioned, I would want to replace with formal. And then this should be all caps. And then I just need to do the same for Survivor. Not edgy, just formal. Okay, so that should be all those done. Then, I just need all the variants with pupils, which I feel like there probably could be an easier way to do it, but meh. Okay, so... Oh yeah, and can confirm there's 2 ghost sprites, so I'll need to change that as well. And I'll keep the rarity as character for that, since it's, you know, basic. Not sure if adding that tag really means anything, but eh. I think that with the tags I could probably, put, like, a certain tag to have it show, like, you know how some skin items have a, like, icon on the top right for, like, Forge skins or Year of the Varg skins, stuff like that. I think that one of the tags would do that. Not entirely sure which, though, and the tutorial didn't mention. Here, let's put double spaces between each skin. And then leave only 1 space between the pupil variants. I think that it's just that, right? Nope, other way around. And the shadow one is like that, correct? Yes. Okay. Oh wait, build name override. I wonder if this controls this. And since the names are going to be... I guess the names could be different. Because I could add, like, in parentheses, yeah. I nearly panicked a little bit because I saw in the chat it said, "Welcome to the chat room," meaning that it lost connection for a moment. But apparently it wasn't my stream that disconnected, just the connection to the chat. Made me a little concerned. It's fine. Insert fine emote here. Okay, I think that's that. Okay, I'm starting to get into the groove of this. That stuff is long behind us now, I hope. Nope, lost focus again. Here I thought I was doing better. Focus while being productive. You should know that that doesn't fly here. No, focus at all doesn't fly here. We don't do focus here. Okay, I think everything looks good here. Pretty focused at eating. You are the exception. You can focus. Everyone else is not allowed. Okay, so this should be pretty simple if I just, like, say, hey, this will copy the... this will copy the other one. Like, exactly. And then I just say, hey, for the name, append... maybe... the description is fine, the quote's fine. Probably could have done this a smarter way, but meh. Oh, that is actually much easier. Funny is better than smarts. Very true. Would edgier be spelt with a Y or an I? Probably a Y, I don't know. How did I originally make this quote? I'll see how it looks in. Actually, no, even out of game, it does just look wrong. I don't know, because, like, edgier isn't, like, a word, but, like... whatever. You know what I mean. Okay, let's look at our reference material. And go to scripts, prefabs, Nico underscore none. Right, it's not going to be in there. Silly. Where would it have been? The menu strings, probably? Yes, it was. Oh yeah, I forgot that I had, like, a... Wait, do those not have... Are those supposed to have... I'll look into... No, it is supposed to have those. Okay, well, I could just do that real quick. Okay, so what did I make the guest of honor was... that. Okay, yeah, that's fine enough, I'll keep it. Bam, where's my degree? You'll get in the mail in 2 to 3 business days. Oh yeah, I forgot that I gave the Triumphant skin an equally, an equally edgy description and quote. Nico has overcome the fear of darkness by becoming one with it. The sun's light can't reach the shadows with it. I never mind. I like those too much. I'm keeping them. Why mess with perfection, after all? And I'm keeping this just because it's funny to have the description of the default, but with pupils specifically, to call reference to everyone calling Nico a cat. Where do I hire you? Ooh, I forgot that I made like a kind of heartbreaking quote for the Survivor skin. The wild has changed, Nico. What a foreboding statement, I forgot that. Where was I with this? Cleared that. This needs a dot. Yeah, okay, so that's all. Oh, wait, okay, I had a very basic... I am keeping that. Might as well. The mama one is so cute. Yeah. Kind of heartbreaking, too. To think about Nico just being, like, stuck here forever. Ugh. Especially, like... thinking of them being put in a strange new world, only to get out of it, only to be in a new, strange, different world. Like, oh, that would be so bad to just go from one dying world to another. You don't get Okay, and then just copy this, and then replace this. They are so adorable. Such a great character. Such a great game, too. I love One Shot so much. If you couldn't tell. Seeing as I stole the namesake. Use one of the characters of VTube model. It's great. I don't hide it. I don't hide it one bit. You gotta try it. I highly recommend the game. There are, like, 3 different versions of the game. I recommend the newest one, though. The World Machine Edition. The second newest one is also really good. It's a little more immersive, but also a little less refined. The newest one is the most refined of them, and is available on consoles as well, but it loses some of the immersion that the second one had. You can already sense it's in my library on Steam. Bless Steam Family Share. Yeah, Steam Family Share is useful. Alright, and last one. Is it the Survivor or just Survivor? Let's see, who's... Oh, what's a character that I have that on? What skins do I have on? I do have on Wilson. The Survivor. The Victorian, the Verdant, the Merrymaker. Yeah, it all follows the. And then for the default, it's just their name, which... Yep. Okay. The Nico. The one and only. And I'll keep the same description and such from the previous iteration of this mod. Though interesting, in that one I didn't have the. I also didn't have the in front of Guest of Honor, I guess? That's interesting. you know, little details being missed here and there. You know what? I will change this. Ooh. There we go. That's a good one. It does kind of, like, duplicate that, though. They're a little redundant, but I think that's fine. I think that's better. I don't know why, but this music specifically I'm really feeling like it. What's Nico supposed to be anyways? They are a cat person. The joke is that they're not a cat because that they keep saying they're not a cat because, you know, in their world that's just what humans are. Is just cat people. So that's just sort of like the normal. And it just doesn't really make sense to them to like the concept of a cat person doesn't really exist there because that is just a person. That's just what a person is. Reminds you of Core. I'm not sure if I've ever heard of it. But yeah, the joke there is just that they are kind of a cat, so they are kind of a cat, but also just kind of not, so it's still kind of true. Okay, it's all looking good. I'm not too sure why either, but I'm glad that I could bring you a little joy with that. Okay, I think that this should be ready for testing. Let's find out. You're just shy with people. I can understand that. Feel free to lurk whenever you need. It is nice to talk to you, though. Let's see if everything is working. Okay. Okay. Huh. Well, that's wait. I might know the problem. Oh, hey, formal collection. So it's kind of... So how did it detect that automatically? I'm curious. It's probably one of the tags. Yeah, the formal tag is probably saying, hey, it should be in the formal collection. Nice. Thank you, less than 3. I love pronouncing that. Okay, this seems a little loud, so let's skip it. A little loud, and I don't particularly... Oh, this one looks loud as well. That one might be fine. Yeah, formal collection, survivor collection, shadow collection. Yep, so that's all working. But, I mean, like, that's all working. This is not all working. You know what I mean? You had a bad experience with people last month, so you distance yourself. That's entirely fair. Yeah, that's never all that fun. Okay, I just have to know how do they look with... Okay, that's cute. Look at that! Does highlight that the head's a little lower than normal characters, but I don't care, that's cute. Just glad you can stick around. Yeah, it's nice to have you around. Whether you chat or not, it's nice to have you regardless. Oh yeah, let's see if the ghost is working. Oh, that's interesting. The ghost only works for those 3. Weird. Okay, so I probably have like a typo somewhere or something. Oh yeah, do the quotes work? Yep, okay, that's working. Wait a second, where's the other formal? Yeah, we're missing a skin here. Okay, so there's a lot of things that are going wrong here. Okay, what about the portraits? Are any of those working? Not a single portrait's working. Got it. Only those 2 skins are working. Only those 3 icons are working. And only those 3 ghost portraits are working. What an interesting collection of problems. Okay, so first off, let's see... it's the same... Okay, so that's the same there, 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 and there. Okay, and then this is the same there, 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 and there. So nothing looks wrong there. And hold on, why is it missing a formal? Oh, I see. The name. They're both named the same thing, so one overwrote the other. Because I forgot to do this. I mean, that looks correct. I wonder if I just have to reload the game. What an interesting collection of problems. You describing me with that sentence. Oh no, Spade. Yeah, curios for starting items. I wonder if that'll be supported. just naturally, or if I have to do something special there. Okay, so all of the names and descriptions are working. Yeah, all the names, descriptions, and quotes are working. The skins themselves are having problems. We all have our demons, okay. Mine is Ronald McDonald. Oh gosh, you poor soul. Terrifying. Like legitimately, imagine just seeing, like, at the corner of your eye, seeing Ronald McDonald staring at you from the distance or from the dark. Ugh, terrifying. Okay, I'm gonna fully restart the game, see if that fixes anything. I'm guessing the portraits is a different issue entirely, though. The portraits will probably be an easy fix, though. Maybe? Glad they killed him off. Yeah. I suppose so. Like, it's definitely an interesting mascot, but my gosh, were they creepy. Especially once, like, the whole creepy clown thing started. I imagine that definitely wouldn't have been good for them. I think fast food restaurant mascots are overrated anyway. I don't think that that's really a concept that's needed. Go there to eat junk, not be a maid. Which is fair. Wow, a clown. How clever. It's so delightful. I am so happy I made that. Oh yeah, that did fix it. Okay. Look at that. We're cooking. Except for that one. we went from cooking to cooked. This cooking. This cooked. I love that those are like two different like terms nowadays, and they mean like completely different things. It's so funny to me. It has to be the cutest thing you've seen in her today. Yeah, that's working perfectly fine. That is not working in the slightest, interestingly. Survivor is working perfectly fine. You know, come to think of it, I wonder if it might be a good idea for the survivor skin to just, like, remove the other one, the other scarf bit. Ah, I love it. So, oh, the ghost seems to be working. Yes, yes. I mean, the ghost is working there, surprisingly. Okay, yeah, that seems to be working perfectly fine. Just need to fix this issue. Oh yeah, and the portraits. Absolutely none of the portraits are working still. It makes sense. Not invited to be a guest of honor. Oh, no, they're invited, they're invited! Oh. Invite the child. Alright, so what is the problem here? I see the problem. This file is not saved. That might do it. Little Nico's always welcome. Yeah. They deserve all of the pets. So, classic coding issue. Forgot to save. Who could have guessed? Had to happen eventually. You're gonna act like that didn't happen to you. You weren't about to complain. uh. Well, that one's fixed. Okay, then. But that one isn't working. That is interesting. Particularly interesting. Yeah, that is particularly interesting. Uniquely interesting, one might say. You thought they were rocking the long hair. Yeah. To be fair, it is on the character sprite. It technically is the hair, but it is supposed to be a scarf. Most evident by the triumphant skin, how it matches the outfit instead of the hair. I love the triumphant skin. Look at that. It's so much better having that face instead of the default. Because it used to have the default, and I changed it to have that face, because it's just so much better. Best decision I ever made with that mod. So why it no work? Do I maybe just need to restart the game again? I feel like that's probably not the case, but I can't really think of anything that would be wrong with it, you know? Yeah, it looks correct in every way. Okay. I'll try restarting the game and see if that helps. Yeah, it's been 5 hours. Which, considering that I haven't eaten anything today, is a little concerning, but it's fine, I'll survive. But yeah, once I get this done, I think that I'm gonna call it a day, and then maybe return to it some other time. I'm not sure if I want to stream tomorrow. I might. I would like to get into the habit of streaming daily, but that would be a little much also, so... You know. Yeah, considering that this is, like, my dream job, you know? Oh, okay, so that is working now. So that was all that needed to happen, okay. Alright, now I just need to fix the portraits, which are not working in the slightest. But I feel like that might be an easy fix. Okay, so let's take a look-see at the tutorial again, because that did mention portraits. Oh, okay. That's actually a really easy... issue. Okay, so... the ID of the skin in question... okay. So we'll be using that for the portrait name, simple enough, okay. That's one last thing we need to do, however, make sure... open up the XML file associated with your skin portrait. Make sure the string tied to the name variable in the XML... ah, that's loud. Looks like the song doesn't stay that loud, so I guess I'll let it keep going. How often do I stream? Like, usually, I stream at least weekly, every Wednesday. But aside from that, I just kind of do it when I feel like it. Which is what the Discord is for. I always announce when I'm feeling like going live. But you can pretty much always count on Wednesdays. Okay, so I need to open up the XML files of the portraits. Okay, let's see. What do you mean the file name should stay the same? Well, it's only the name that should be changed. And in the screenshot they're showing, they do change the file names. I'm gonna assume that I have to change the file names as well. Oh wait, that's what they mean by file name. So maybe that part is optional. Maybe I just have to change the name part of it. Let's try that. Let's try that. And I'm guessing that because this is an asset thing, that I'm gonna have to reload the game again. Might go to bed here in a bit. Understandable. It has been... I have been live for a while. It's always nice having you around, Spade. I think the default should stay the same. No, because that wasn't working either, so I might as well try that. Or maybe it just has to be underscore none. You know what? Let's try that. Oh, I have not saved any of these. There we go. Oh, Cass's phone died. Oh. Well, next time you see Cass, tell them I said, bye. Yeah, I think as soon as these portraits are done, I'll call it a day, and I will definitely stream next time I pick up the mod again. Not sure when that will be, though. Might do that tomorrow if I'm feeling it. Otherwise, we might just play something normal. Okay, good to know. Definitely is a lot more fun with you two around in the chat. Oh no! Get away from me! Back, you fiend! But I don't wanna. Good cop, bad cop situation. You're going back to napping? Okay, Balance. Sleep well. Honestly, I should probably nap as well. I have not gotten too much sleep the past 2 days. I mean, like, last night, I slept fine, but not enough considering the night before I had hardly slept. Bye. Ooh, that's a cute emote. Who's that from? Smugalana. That is such a cute emote. And a very cute character. I want to say jokingly, mine's better. But I can't even say that jokingly. My emotes are fine, but only just fine. Really what I need is more of them. Having only the 2 is, well, at the 3. Only having the 3 is fine enough, but we have the best bark, maybe. I honestly would say we have the best bark out of that category. Though it's also a lesser category than some of the other things, like waving and such are probably the bigger categories. Which, speaking of, I should probably get a wave emote. Not entirely sure what I would do for one, though. Ooh, Profit Bot. Profit Bot would be perfect for waving. That's their whole job. Their whole job is to greet Nico, so, like, they're perfect for a waving emote. Tail wave. Ooh, a little tail wag. Maybe. Okay, well the portrait's still not working there. That's a bad sign. Okay, so it's kind of working. Oh, okay. It's working for one of them, and then the rest are just kind of copying it, not bothering to remove it because it's invalid. And not bothering to remove what was there before because it's... Just like how this, if I hover over Wanda, then here, it still uses Wanda. Hover over here, then here, it's still that. You know. So none of those are working, but that one is. Why? Maybe it's once again at... No, I did restart my game, didn't I? So that's not it. Oh, wait, that's underscore none. So me changing this to underscore none was a mistake. Hey, what's this one for, then? Wait, no, what is that one for? And why does this one work? Why do you work? The classic coding problem of not why doesn't it work, but why does it work? That's always the worst problem. Okay. Alright. So, what do we know? We know that this one works, and that all the other ones don't. So why might that be? That is so true, Spade. So true. And what was this file for? Because this one's the default skin. This one is the default skin with pupils. All the others are self-explanatory. What's this one? Okay, hold on. Hold up a moment. I'm opening up... Actually, hold on. Can I just, like... Reveal in File Explorer. What are you? Interesting. That's the portrait that's working. So I just have a duplicate? I do just have a duplicate. So I know that one of those was... Okay. Update on what we know. We know that either this one was working... We know either this one was working, or we know that this one was working. Probably more likely that it's this one that's working. But why do I have a duplicate? That's kind of confusing me here. What an interesting problem to have. Wonder if the console says anything? No, console says nothing relevant. Okay, so I've made a small change here. So I wonder if I were to reload, if now it's broken again. Because if it's broken again, that does mean that what I just changed was the part that was working. And if I know that that's what's working, that might give me a little clue as to how to fix this. I feel like this is taking a little longer to load than I thought. No, okay, it was fine. Oh, wait, I know why there was a duplicate. One of them was for, like, the default. The other ones were for each individual skin. No, it's still working. Okay. That's interesting. It's very interesting. I didn't reload the game, so maybe that's why it's still working. Can't be bothered to close the server, so I'm just using Alt F4 to close the game. You're definitely passing out now. Okay. See ya maybe tomorrow, Spade. I'm still unsure, but, you know, that's what the Discord is for. I'll let you all know. If I can't figure this out soon enough, I might just stop here and, stew on it while I do other things. It's probably not helping that I'm hungry. Here's hoping. Okay, so that's not working. That was to be expected. And that's not working anymore. Okay, so I did break it. Is it... What exactly is it looking for here? Is it looking for that? Because if so, it'd be working. Come on, so when was this... Oops, that's not... Okay. When was this working? I think it was working when I had it like that, wasn't it? Worst case, I can just completely recreate these. Oh. I just read the tutorial a little closer, and I missed out one tiny part of that last sentence. Right. Underscore oval was kind of important. Yeah, so I just need to do that to all of these, right? Oh, did I do the wrong thing there? I did. Kind of autopiloted that incorrectly. And that. Good thing I noticed retroactively a little. Oval, oval, oval. Why is oval required? It's kind of bothersome. This one I'll just leave as is. I really don't know what it's for. Okay, we should be in business now. Start up the game, give it a test run, and I think that this should work. I don't see any reason why this wouldn't work anymore. Ooh, this is exciting. I can't wait to see these skins fully functional. I guess I should probably also test them in-game a little better. That's not going to be too difficult. Will involve a lot of death, though. This has been fun, though. Okay, so let's see. What else needs to be done after the skins are done? I'll have to I still need to do the hat skins, which are probably going to be a little more complicated, only in that that's a little less familiar to me. The journal, which probably won't be too hard. Then, let's see, I should probably redo the sprite of the journal, though the sprite of the journal was poorly done. That was one of the few assets I made, so... That music ended kind of abruptly. This music looks like it might get loud. No, it's probably fine. I would say the overall progress with this mod is probably like, it's kind of hard to judge. I want to say, like, more than 50%, but I also kind of want to say less than 50%. Okay, so let's see, track, okay. Okay, well, let's test them in-game at least. And then I think I'll call it a day. Okay. That seems correct. I still can't get over how much I like this skin. I should just use a wardrobe. Eh. I'm always, when I play this character, or when I used to play the character, I was always torn between the formal skin and the triumphant skin. The two are kind of my favorite. That reminds me, do I still use this icon as my profile picture? I forget if I've changed that or not. So fun fact, that's where that comes from, if anyone was ever curious. I love that. I'm getting distracted again. I should probably... Wait, hold on, I wonder. Nope, broken there still. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out. Does the client say anything right now about that? No, doesn't mention anything. Okay, well I think I'm gonna call it here and stew on that until... maybe I'll think of something while eating. Alright, yeah, I think that's my plan. But we've made a lot of progress. I want to say maybe like 60%, because there's a few items that still need to be done, but the framework is all there. The character is functional, and we have one item half done. But the framework is really the big part. Getting the mod functional at all. Okay, so time to decide who to raid. I have a pretty good idea of who I would want to raid, but I might as well take a look at the options. Kind of like this music. Had to show up now. I wonder who else is currently working on game dev stuff? A few people. Kind of impossible to tell what they're actually doing, though. That's kind of the problem with this category. Everything you see about it is gonna look the same, yet be, like, drastically different things. Okay, I wonder who's currently playing Don't Starve Together. Do I want to raid someone new? Or should I just go with the usual? You know what? I'll go with the usual for now. Maybe next time we'll raid someone new. I usually prefer raiding someone new, but maybe not today, considering that it wasn't, you know, normal DST. Alright, so that's gonna do it for me today, but it was fun. I'll definitely be doing this again either tomorrow or some other time. Unclear. But that's what the Discord is for. I try to keep everyone in the Discord up to date on how I'm feeling, what I'm thinking about doing, so on and so forth. Let's get the raid underway. Okay. And, it's also just a fun place to hang out with everyone in the community. We're a friendly bunch over there. But I'll do it for me today, and I'll see you all next time. Toodles!